Hello, everyone. Welcome to the 18th Annual Northwest Children's Foundation Forum. We're excited that so many different organizations and professions are joining us today. My name is Rochelle Lowe, and I serve on the board of directors of Northwest Children's Foundation. My professional life has been my way of expressing love and solidarity, not just with the communities I belong to, but with all communities. I've had the opportunity to support educators, school districts, youth serving organizations, and many more folks who are doing the work to build communities of belonging and equity for all peoples of all ages. I joined the board back in 2020 because its purpose aligns beautifully with what I believe in my heart, a vision of a world in which, again, all peoples, but especially children, thrive in safe, equitable, and nurturing communities. Our work is to end the intergenerational cycle of child abuse, neglect, and trauma. And we at NWCF do this by making grants to agencies working directly with children and youth, and also by providing educational programs like this forum. This year, we're excited to be celebrating our 40th anniversary, and we couldn't be prouder of the hundreds of agencies we've partnered with to make children's lives better, brighter, and safer. And we know many of these agencies are here with us today, and we salute each one of you. And we stand in awe of the hard work you do day in and day out with children and youth. Thank you from all of us here at Northwest Children's Foundation. We know that our mission can only be fulfilled by putting racial equity and social justice at the center of our work. For our educational forums, this means we focus on topics that advance equity. And we're committed to making sure the insights and the tools shared are accessible to all. We believe cost should never be a barrier, so we offer an affordable pay what you can model to ensure everyone can participate. And we'd love to see as many people as possible benefit from the insights and the learnings that we're looking forward to today. So here's how you can help. One, spread the word about the forum. If you think it's a valuable opportunity, please let your friends and your colleagues know that they can register this week for the on-demand recording. And two, donate. Go on our website at nwcf.org and make a contribution. We're a public foundation, which means we fundraise for all of our programs and all of our scholarships. Now, I'm so excited for us to get started. I get to introduce Victoria Helm, the CEO of Northwest Children's Foundation. She brings 22 years of dedicated leadership to the organization, a passionate advocate for children and families. She believes that every child deserves the best possible start to life. Without further ado, here's Victoria to kick us off.
Thank you, Rochelle, and welcome to all of you. Our 18th forum, and some of you have been with us from the very start. The goal of today's forum is the same as it's always been, to advance our understanding of adversity and trauma so we can improve the lives of children and young people. While we've sought to understand the newest science and the newest research, we've always made sure to couple it with practical tools that we can use in our work and in our lives. We are keenly aware that at times, scientific understanding has lagged behind the wisdom of older and other ways of knowing. In these 18 years, we've come a long way from our early discussions of the adverse childhood experiences research as we now explore ways to heal from collective traumas. The forum brings people of multiple disciplines together to build shared knowledge and shared vocabulary, because we know, as you do, that it takes more than just one approach to imagine the vibrant and hopeful community we want for children. We need all of us. Joining us today are many direct service providers, teachers, students, researchers, and parents. In attendance are those of you in healthcare, the court systems, and government. You are artists, tribal members, and from other foundations. We have people from all over Washington State, from Lopez Island to Spokane. We have folks from Chattahoochee Hills, Georgia, and Kalamazoo, Michigan, and those who hail from Ontario and Ottawa, people from England, Mexico, and India. And I have to give a very special shout out to the person participating from the farthest location, Brazzaville in the Republic of Congo. We are so glad that you are all here. For those of you working directly with children and families, today's forum is for you. And for those among us who are feeling overwhelmed, anxious, or depleted, especially at this moment, this forum is for us. Our presenters, our trusted guides for today's journey, have been hard at work. We are in excellent hands. Yes, we will leave with new knowledge, tools, and practices. And with our guides, we will explore the beautiful language of the nervous system, learn how creating art has the power to change our brains and behavior, and how our bodies hold innate wisdom we can't afford to ignore. We're going to learn a lot. But our greatest goal for today, I'd say our dream really, is that you find something that moves you, that sparks you, maybe invites a shift, and helps fill your cup. So, the time has come to introduce our first guide to launch our day. Dr. Ben Danielson probably needs no introduction as he's been part of these forums for as long as I can remember. Dr. Ben is a sense maker. He's a visionary, a poet and a doctor, and an activist. He's dedicated his life to underserved children, young people, and families. He currently directs ASHE, a center working to end youth incarceration. He has titled his talk, On the Verge. Dr. Ben?
Thank you, Victoria and Roche, and I'm so honored to be part of this group. Wow, I can't believe it. 18 years. That is a growing up of an event and an organization, and it's wonderful to be part of it. I just have to tell you how honored I am to join all you participants. I'm going to be surrounded by incredible wisdom, and I'm sorry that you're going to have to tolerate my lack of wisdom first, but you'll get to the good stuff afterwards. This Northwest Children's Foundation annual gathering is really special to me. It's got a special kind of meaning and connection. And I understand we have hundreds of folks from far-flung places joining us today. It makes me feel your energy all out there flowing across these many time zones, across latitudes and longitudes, arcing over our curvature of our globe. I want to acknowledge how ironically hard and timely it is to gather today. It is important right now that we are affirming something by coming together, that we are projecting unity, warmth across demographics and identities, and a continued commitment, no matter what, to express and practice our belief in humanity. We affirm our promise through imperfect but persistent learning endeavors to manifest the beloved communities we know are possible and that our youth especially deserve. Let's just stipulate from the start, we're all going through a lot, and we're committed to granting each other grace today. I know I need all the grace and love you're willing to share. I've been finding it a bit harder to put coherent thoughts together these days. I know I'm not the only one who's been going through it like this. Some of it on the very personal, very vulnerable level. Some of it on the larger level, things happening or about to happen around us. This is some kind of time we're in. For many, it was a hard year before this, and then something else altogether is on the horizon. We're all in it. I'm not at my best today, but I'm going to do my best today. I might stumble a bit. I hope some images and your own interview, your own inner eye and guide will help the words that I share with you transport you a little bit. I'm going to subject you to some weird stuff, some nerdy stuff, and some poetry. And I hope you find something useful in this roaming entanglement. I'm wondering how you are. I hope you're taking good care of yourselves. I'm thinking about you, the good things you do, the things you struggle with. I'm wondering how you are in this time on the verge. It feels like we're on the verge, doesn't it? It feels like we're about to enter a period when the battle, the good fight, whatever that might be, will look more like being forever on defense with no space for offense. The climate we're entering almost disparages, squelches the possibility of bold advancements, cautioning us instead to focus on preventing the further erosion of hard-won progress, preventing further erosion after already having lost significant ground, after already having lost ground in things like a woman's bodily autonomy, having lost ground on the work to promote diversity, on the work to advance equity. I'm wondering how you are. It seems we've been sitting on the verge. I feel like some of the people I know have been choosing to tap out a little bit for a little while, suspended their connection for a bit to the roiling nature of the emerging realities, have taken up a position slightly outside the spewing news cycles for a little while. Some folks I know have taken to watching from some balcony, if just for a while. I get it. Things around us can feel like they're spiraling well out of our control. It can feel like the one aliquot of control that we can exert for a minute anyway is to check out, to choose to spend a little time unconnected to news because we all see what's coming. Selections have been made and consequences will start to flow. We know what we've been dealing with personally, societally, and we know that what's coming, what's headed our way. As forces march up our streets to erase and dehumanize immigration, to undermine the underpinnings of decency, to deepen wealth gaps, diminish dignity, move basic human rights further into the distance, lay further waste to our environment. It feels like we're on the verge. As a political tsunami approaches, I'm wondering how you are, knowing that soon you'll need to stir from that perch on the balcony. How will you find your kinetic energy again? How will you reignite your momentum and respond to the impending reality? How will you respond? I think about where you are, and as your eyes begin to acknowledge the conscious impulse to open your lids on the world, as stirrings begin to penetrate your inner quiet, begin to whisper in your not yet alert ears, as pre-contemplation begins to rouse nerve endings, begins to prepare for the first twitches of muscle fibers, as our circulation ramps up in anticipation of movement, what are we readying ourselves for? How will we respond? What do we feel capable of? As our eyes gain focus and we start to see predictions morphing into realities, the things approaching, mutating into the things that are here on this ominous verge, as the good fight reveals itself anew, how will we respond? I think about the timeout period we were just in. There was a certain kind of repose about it. There was a way to say, I'm not doing anything more right now. A way to reject external input, set the tools down and say, I'll pick that up again, but not right now. There was a way of being, a way of becoming disembodied in those moments just past on that verge. For some people I know, it evoked an out-of-body experience, conjured an anachronistic pause, achieving a sort of active inaction. And it was justifiable. It was a pause with merit because we all have some inkling, some certainty that the impending time marching toward us will take a toll on us. Some folks stopped time for a moment or two, just like it was for Schrodinger's cat. Now, maybe you know this thought experiment, Schrodinger's cat. Fair warning, this is a nerd alert, and this is a hypothetical. No actual cats were harmed running this experiment. Schrodinger's cat is a thought experiment that lends insight into the quite counterintuitive nature of quantum mechanics. A thought experiment goes something like this. Hypothetically, a cat is placed in a box and the lid is closed. And inside the box with the cat is a device that can release a radioactive substance. Now, the theory says, as long as we don't lift the lid and open the box, we don't know if the radioactivity has been activated and killed the cat or not. We don't know if the cat is dead or alive as long as we don't check. This is the quirk of quantum superposition. In quantum mechanics, things can exist in multiple states at the same time, like the cat, while it's in the unopened box, both alive and dead. As long as we don't examine it, a quantum particle can exist in different states. As long as we don't look in the box, the cat is both alive and not alive. This paradox, based on not doing something, can be a powerful lens through which we can understand our universe. And it's a powerful way to exponentially amplify computing power through quantum computing. There is a power, ironically, and I guess you would call it a resting power, in the suspended state of not quite acknowledging. Besides that being a nerd out opportunity regarding quantum physics, maybe Schrodinger's cat also describes that moment folks have been in, on the verge of something and choosing not to look, by some version of intentional inaction. They've been Schrodinger. The box remained closed for a little while, and that's been okay. I imagine it's been therapeutic to have indulged in disbelief about the future our country has beckoned in just a little bit longer, to have resided in unbelief of what will be asked for us in the coming time for just a little while longer, to take a beat, have a pause, hold a diastole, freeze that metronome, to not have opened the box for just a little while. Maybe it's been part of their rest these past few months. The pause will allow them to be more present in the coming present moments, more present with those they love, more attuned to their own needs and cares, more connected to our source of loving and knowing and showing up just this past little while. Maybe it's been part of folks taking the time they've needed to know themselves, to usher in some healing. Maybe it's been a reminder, a reverie, if you will, a reminder of how much good there is in the world, of what it looks like to treat other human beings humanely before we are subsumed by trying to fend off a coming time of inhumanity. Maybe it's been part of a readying themselves. Maybe the pause has been just what the healer prescribed. Maybe this pause has afforded the opportunity to weatherize, to seal up and insulate against the erosive forces we are destined to face. I gotta say, I'm good with that. I understand why it made sense to take a beat, to not open that box. I'm fine with a little nerdy dabbling in quantum superposition. I'm okay with lingering a while where many things are possible. I'm fine with folks who have chosen to be Schrodinger for a little while. Our pauses are probably as important as our actions. Pauses are as important as actions when it comes to achieving an impact. Being intentional in the way that we rest or pause is as much a critical strategy as the intention with which we map out our activities. A pause is as meaningful as the active as the pause. Rest is not a luxury or an afterthought, or rest is essential, elemental, foundational, right. Timing of rest is essential to the value of rest. Rest, as 4 letters of restoration, is not separate from the time we spend achieving the things we care most about. Rest is essential to those achievements. There are plenty of undermining narratives in this society today, narratives that present themselves as virtues, that pose as approaches to being most productive, that front as the values that we're supposed to aspire to or humble brag about at least. There are many undermining narratives in this society, some of them asked to negate or deny our right to rest. Narratives that iconize overwork, that celebrate the so-called busiest of people, regardless of whether they're actually getting things done or not. Even in our more multi-generational workspaces, there are some where some are less susceptible to the overwork trope. I still wonder if their rest is actually restful, is actually restorative. Our own personal narratives about work might vary, yet I'm not sure how many, regardless of personal narrative, have truly cultivated restorative rest. Especially in the fields you all have chosen, or for many of you, the fields that have chosen you. I haven't met most of you, but I venture to say you are among the folks who practice a rarefied level of dedication. You cherish a connection to your avocation that is much more relationship-based than it is transaction-based. You practice a relationship-centering approach to your work. Your work is based on relationships, deepened by relationships, dependent upon relationships. I see y'all. Game recognizes game. Your work asks so much of your hearts, plumbs the depths of your spirits, asks you to lay bare your tenderest vulnerabilities, compels you to tilt your most arduous efforts towards causes, goals, and outcomes whose best results may or may not often manifest, but for which the journey itself is of its own value. work that simultaneously fuels your hope and maybe sometimes inflames your disappointment. You each have better words, better descriptions of what it means to do what you all do. I admit it, I'm not doing justice to your work. You know beyond any simple description what you give to your avocation, what it gives to and maybe takes from you. This is not a simple conversation, not a binary prospect. Your commitment to your cause, your dedication to your efforts, they say a lot about who you are as people, good folk. And I got to say this. Others can take advantage of your deep connection to your work. Others can start to expect you to sacrifice more, be compensated less, to forego even your rest, knowing you'll tolerate many things in order to answer your calling. This is a difficult bind. The good you feel you can do may sit in bright contrast to other agendas. A triad of dynamics can hold sway in your work. Heart work for you that goes beyond transaction, combined with high stakes, great consequences for those you serve and for you, further combined with systemic priorities that are counter to yours. Add to this triptych an environment of trauma that surrounds the work. Add to that a network of institutions that reek of ingrained racism and other oppressions. And now we have a pentad that suffuses the workspaces you ply. Which is why I bristle when words like, quote, burnout or exhaustion are used. These words place the activity solely within the bodies of those doing the work. Those words subtly place the locus of control, the onus on those experiencing it. Now, I got to admit, I'm kind of old, and so I can remember, and it reminds me way too much of the way public health used to talk about many health impacting things, things that we might now call social determinants, but back then they referred to them as personal choices. I'm not okay with terms like burnout or exhaustion. They don't capture the depth of contextual factors, the external things. It's not sufficient, in my view, to name what's happening inside our bodies without naming the context. Because without context, you could think somebody was exhausted purely based on the number of hours they worked. You might think it has something to do with a lack of stamina, some lack of fortitude, when it's just not the case. The context is important. The context is everything. So burnout isn't sufficient. Exhaustion just won't do. We need to be accurate, and that requires other words. To be honest, I'm not totally sure I have apt language to replace those words. I'll throw a couple out there. If you have ideas, please post them in the chat. Maybe instead of burnout, we should call it something like anguish. Instead of saying exhausted, we should talk about being beleaguered. To me, something like anguished means and speaks to the moral violations many of you are exposed to, made party to, things that are erosive of your integrity and your conscience. To me, something like beleaguered speaks to being beset by an unrelenting external assault on your sense of fairness and dignity and sustainability, a constant attempt to dim your guiding light, an unrelenting assault on your why. When we find more accurate descriptors, it points to more accurate remedies. When those external factors are properly placed in the context of our fatigue, then not only do we name the rest that we deserve, and I do mean deserve, not requested or hoped for, pleaded for, or grudgingly given, rest that is deserved. But not only that, when those external factors are placed in context, then we see that in addition to rest, we deserve to see the external factors change. We deserve to expect that those institutions and systems that are functioning exactly as designed must be reimagined, redesigned, reinitiated, redeveloped, and then realized. Rest without redesign is likely to continue to erode hope. Redesign as its own hard work, and it's too often put on our backs. For anyone doing it, redesigning our institutions and our systems without also affording restorative rest is just another way to keep us oppressed. Rest is a foundational right, is an inherent part of a healthy cycle, is the partner to the best of our efforts in our work. Rest is not idle, just like sleep is not passive. Just like our brains do not become comatose when we sleep. Our brains during sleep are hotbeds of activity, tending to under-processed issues, expressing things unexpressed in our wakefulness, exploring ideas and constructs beyond the bounds of daily realities, offering dreams full of curiosities and puzzles to contemplate, dreams that untether but are still wonderfully entangled with our wakeful doings, dreams that allow us to imagine, then render true the future that we seek. Langston Hughes wrote a poem about dreaming a world. He wrote, "I dream a world where all will know sweet freedom's way, where greed no longer saps the soul, nor avarice blights our day." You have to imagine it. Dream it up before you can make it happen. The power of dreaming, of imagination to help us name where we want to go. It's an amazing thing. If it hasn't yet been seen by us on this earthly world, then it must be imagination, dreams that help us define where we want to go. Not just what we want to get away from, not just what we want to stop seeing, whether that's injustice, being unhoused, incarceration, any of our many societal ills, not just the things we want to stop seeing or get away from, but what we want to start seeing, where we want to go towards, defining where we want to go. It takes imagination. It takes a willingness to dream of something different than we see on the daily. Our dreams allow us to conceptualize a better world. Our minds practicing restorative alchemy when we sleep. Just like rest itself is more than idleness, there are ways to rest, to cultivate our ability to rest in ways that best beckon restoration. And then we rise. After rest, restorative rest, we rise. We rise. We rise because our restoration has enabled it. We rise because people are counting on us and we're counting on others. We rise because we never really lost sight of the promise of liberation. We rise in joy. We rise in our power. We rise because the times call for it. We rise because there's nothing else we can imagine doing. Okay, this is an oversharing alert. I recently endured a tribulation called a trial. I was calling for an accountability for the racism imposed on me and colleagues, and especially the families from our communities that an institution tried to deny and ignore and rebuff and distract away from for 2 decades. Each session of a trial is initiated by the frame, "All rise." When the judge or the jury enters or leaves the room, all rise. Toward the end of the 2 months trial, every time I heard "all rise," I thought about Maya Angelou. I thought about Maya Angelou's poem, and it helped me get through. You may write me down in history with your bitter, twisted lies. You may trod me in the very dirt, but still like dust I rise. Does my sassiness upset you? Why are you beset with gloom? Because I walk like I've got oil wells pumping in my living room? Just like moons, like suns, with the certainty of tides, just like hopes springing high, still I rise. Did you want to see me broken, bowed head and lowered eyes, shoulders falling down like teardrops, weakened by my soulful cries? Does my haughtiness offend you? Don't you take it awful hard, because I laugh like I've got gold mines digging in my own backyard. You may shoot me with your words, you may cut me with your eyes, you may kill me with your hatefulness, but still, like air, I'll rise. Does my sexiness upset you? Does it come as a surprise that I dance like I got diamonds at the meeting of my thighs? Out of the huts of history's shame, I rise. Up from a past that's rooted in pain, I rise. I'm a black ocean, leaping and wide, welling and swelling, I bear the tide. Leaving behind nights of terror and fear, I rise. Into a daybreak that's wondrously clear, I rise, bringing the gifts that my ancestors gave. I'm the dream and the hope of the slave. I rise, I rise, I rise. Mm, 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 mm. Just as much as rest is our right, so is our act of rising. Rest, has been said, is an act of political activism, and rest comes in indivisible partnership with our act of rising. Rising to meet the next day, rising to say that In oppressing us, you have also been preparing us to rise. Rising to say, we see what's coming, what these next years will bring, and we are resolute in our resistance. Rising to show we may have been bent, but we are not broken. Rising to express our dignity by dint of our posture. Raising our voices when we should, when we must. Raising our fists to express our anguish and our strength. Rise we should, rise we will, rise we must. There will be temptations, y'all, in the coming times to compromise the things dear to us because we think it might lead to progress, or at least to prevent regression. In a time that feels scarce, that feels unconducive to progress, it can feel tempting to make gouging compromises. We might cloak it in some convenient phraseology to make compromises more palatable. I heard one of those phrases the other day. What was it? That's right. It called it pragmatic progressivism. Be careful when you hear something like that, when you hear something is done in the name of something like pragmatic progressivism. We'll be tempted to defer our larger goals, to be wooed into the compromises that feel less confrontational, seem more comfortable. We'll be tempted in the coming time to defer our dreams, to think that we are only allowed to be on defense and forego the right for change. I hope that there are ways for us to remember that our values, personal and organizational, are not for sale, not for trade, are not rheostatic, turned to dim sometimes to avoid discomfort. Our values, they are poles held high to bear our banners in those good times, and they are rods that steady our gait and keep us upright in the harder times. I hope there are ways for us to remember in the coming times that only defending against the erosion of progress can actually lead us to defending a status quo, one that is already unjust, already causing great harm, which is why we must rise to this moment, especially in this coming moment, which is why we deserve rest, the rest that serves our restoration, that enables us to rise in whatever way is meaningful to us, in whatever way feeds our integrity, honors our ancestors, and sows the seeds of our best futures. So this is what I'm trying to say. If recently you spent some time on the balcony, choosing to sit it out for a minute, just for a hot minute, I think that makes a lot of sense. I think that's okay. I think you deserve that. You deserve anything else you need as well. And now it's time to get off the balcony and rejoin the fray. It's time to rise. If we are to face what's coming in this country, then we must rest. Our rest must be restorative. We need to dream. We need to rise. We need, even during the waning tide of liberty that we are entering, especially during the waning tide of liberty that we are entering, to live our values, to adaptively navigate the currents and keep moving forward. We must continue to rise. Rise and call for the transformation we know we need, the transformation first visualized in our imaginations. This can feel like a lot, yet these parts of cycles, parts of the rhythms, these are the things that guide our journey, a journey that has always been there, has always been shared. We've always been co-destined. Destinies are linked across great distances, across greatest philosophical divides. Our destinies are linked, and I'm not talking about something intangible, some cosmic link. I mean, we are linked in the most direct, knowable, human-to-human kind of way, human to human, like your strenuous yet life-affirming work. The activist, Nikki Giovanni, had this whole thing down, in my view. Nikki passed away on December 9th, 2024, just a month or so ago. And I like to think that she was one of those folks who wanted to slide across the finish line of life with just maybe a nickel in her pocket, clothes all tattered up, dirt streaked across her face, screaming, "What a ride." She appreciated the journey, every bit of it. And she knew that life is measured in lives touched, not things accumulated. She wrote beautiful poems. She wrote this: "The tasks I can no longer complete are balanced by the love of the tasks gone past. I offer no apology, only this plea. When I'm frayed and stained and drizzled at the end, please someone cut out a square and put me in a quilt, that I may keep some child warm and some old person with no one else to talk to will hear my whispers. Thank you.
I'm speechless. I'm checking in, as probably every single person is on this call, with my into my nervous system. Ben, how do you do it? How do you bring hope and humor? We love your nerdiness, and we're facing the darkness. You bring all of it, right? All of this humanity. I wrote down so many notes, and I can't wait. I think it's about 2 o'clock today. We're going to be talking in our discussion, and we're going to revisit this. But my phone is blowing up, asking if we're going to be printing this, and I think, Ben, you're going to say yes, because you're always a yes for us. But one of the things I was really struck by was, yes, we're in some kind of time, and we're all in it. We're all in it, and I think that community is our way out of the despair. And I've been wondering, I think a lot of people have been wondering, what is this pause? What is this checking out? What is this taking a beat? What is this lingering? What is this? Are we just hanging out on the balcony? And it feels richer and more powerful to think of that we're on the verge of being able to rise, that we can all rise. That feels like a really good place to come from. So I'm going to leave it there. There's so much more that I think, as I talk, there's lots coming in on the chat. There's lots coming in on my phone. Thank you. Thank you so much, Ben.
Thank you for letting me be a part of this. It means a lot to me personally.
Okay, so we're we're all about shifting, aren't we? We're going to make a shift right now, and it is my absolute pleasure to call on our second guide of today, Dr. Linda Chamberlain. Linda is a scientist. She's an author and proud Alaskan. One of Linda's superpowers is her ability to take complex science and translate it into easy tools that we can all use. She's the author of the nationally acclaimed Amazing Brain series, and also Howling with Huskies, a lovely children's book that teaches our youngest about self-regulation and working with emotions. Linda's asked to speak around the globe on brain science, the nervous system, and strategies to address trauma. From company boardrooms to classrooms and remote locations, she is comfortable working with very diverse audiences and situations. Here's her take on research that I know will resonate soundly with all of us today. She says, and I quote, "The potential of research is only realized when we share what we are learning with communities. And then we must listen intently to understand the community's feedback and priorities." Her presentation today is titled "The New Science of Resilience: Simple Tools to Befriend the Nervous System." Welcome back, Dr. Linda Chamberlain.
Thank you, Victoria. It's great to be here with everyone today. And I'm just, there we go. I'm going to remember the announcements I promised to make first. That at the end, we're going to save 10 minutes for questions and answers. So we'll just kind of open things up. And this question always comes up in the chat, and the PDF of all the slides, more than I will cover today, will be available to you, because that's a little bit of my art and way of sharing the science. So I just hope that something I share will be useful to you, adaptable to your world, what you do. In many ways, especially since starting in the field of trauma, we have grown in so many ways. And what I see as the common ground, these 4 C's I call the common ground globally, are that we very much did focus initially on individual trauma, which very, very important. And then again, in reality, we are all in this together, and we are affected by what one another experience. But now I'm hearing more words that I hear more often than I did before, like polycrisis, a growing recognition and understanding of the collective trauma in the world today, whether we are talking about climate, pandemics, disasters, intergenerational trauma. You know all this, and the list goes on. And relative to the science I'll be talking about, we need to be talking about looking at this collectively, collective co-regulation. It's the foundation of self-regulation. When we talk about a hallmark of what we see with trauma of any type, and then what needs to happen on our path to healing, it is self-regulation. And the way we're going to get there, to start that journey, part of that is very much collective co-regulation together. Cultural wisdom, ancestral deep knowing, wisdom of the body, traditions. I have a saying, another saying about science, and that is, it takes a long time to catch up with people's way of knowing, traditional practices. It warms my heart. It gives me hope as a human to see how so many of the effective interventions, the strategies we talk about, the roots are very, very deep in cultural wisdom and ancient practices. From the Cleveland Clinic to Mayo to Harvard Medical School to classrooms to communities, I am seeing this around me. So when it's humbling as a scientist, we keep learning, and I will learn from you today. And it brings me immense hope, because the way through is together. And that's collective resilience. And it's interesting about words. And Ben, I appreciate, Dr. Ben, what you were saying about burnout, which is a word that I will use later. And I will be thinking of anguish and beleaguered. And there are better, words and different words, because when I say resilience, for some that can translate into singular, bootstrap, and so forth. And we find the words that bring us together, because the way through is together. And we have a little delay with clicking, and I've got a connection lost message, but it just connected. So let's see where we go here. And this is just something I was going to say here with the second click. In working in different communities, I hear different words, and it was shared with me in Southeast Alaska not too long ago. And I liked this thinking around what we mean by resilience, to show support and love and to share strength. Because when we talk about befriending our nervous system, when we talk about being together, that's what our bodies, our nervous systems can do with one another. We can share strength in this journey. Our challenge is that we can become trapped in trauma response. And it's interesting when we, even talk about polyvagal and the nervous system, that there is a felt sense of threat or danger. And we know that disrupts the nervous system. But here's the thing. In times of risk, uncertainty, maybe that being on the verge and not knowing, and that there is always not knowing and constant change, if there aren't sufficient cues of safety, that co-regulation between one another, us together, that disrupts the nervous system. It's not just about the presence, the felt sense of threat or danger, but not enough cues of safety. And that's where we can see collective chronic dysregulation. And that can interfere with our coming together, our collective resilience, or whatever word we choose that reflects this shared strength. We have this natural human capacity to collectively adapt and cope. So I'm talking about a much broader lens for resilience than we were talking about years ago. And again, whatever word feels right. It's very interesting as we look into the elements of how important emotional intelligence, emotional awareness is so core to this. And so I might surprise you that in the middle of what we're doing together in my 90 minutes here, we're going to do probably my favorite practice for just getting in touch with emotions. And there is this intersection, and it's why I so believe in what we are doing today, in bringing polyvagal informed approach and science, this intersection with cultural traditions and people's way of knowing, because polyvagal looks at the whole organism. And I very much, what I see in my privilege of working with diverse communities is look at the whole organism, the whole community, the whole family, the bigger picture, that we are not alone in this. So resilience through a polyvagal lens, we're talking about our autonomic nervous system. It lives in the nervous system. Resilience is relational. That we have always known, and we're getting a much deeper understanding of that, because our nervous systems, they literally connect and support one another. That even amazingly, we would learn during the pandemic, we want to be face to face. I so want to see you today. I wish I could, but I can see some faces here that are with me. And I sense that support because I'm looking for cues of safety in you, for me. And the resilient nervous system, it moves with life, which is, of course, ever changing, constantly changing, but we can learn to flow smoothly between what we call the different states of the nervous system, which we'll be doing a little recap to talk about. At this wee bit of delay. Apologize for this. There we go. So this is a quote from Arielle Schwartz, and that's her website. Wonderful polyvagal focus therapist in many ways, I would say. Just to understand, we're not talking about one trait that you either have or don't have. Very much the concept of skills and strategies that we can learn, we can practice, so they're there when we need them, so that our body, that our internal wisdom recognizes them. Most importantly, we can be doing them together. And this is a little bit of an outline of where I'm going to go today. This is a neurobiological perspective for sure, but I'm going to depart from spewing science on a number of occasions here, particularly in the beginning. Perhaps that will surprise you, but I'll tell you that's where I am headed with my work. And we're going to touch upon early beginnings and parenting, what this means relative to that, the fact that oxytocin is for all of us. We have some measurement tools that have been validated and maybe of use to some of you, not just for research, but I'm a cherry picker. I'm looking at resources to say, that informs my work. That informs my personal capacity to be able to check in with my nervous system and know how I'm doing. The emotions practice, that connection with resilience, and we'll do a little conversation around the burnout issue, the anguish, the beleaguered collective sense that many of us have been feeling in our work. And along the way, just some practices, and you'll have more in the handouts. There are quite a few handouts with this talk too that you may have accessed some of them already, and there will be more. But right now, I want to ask you to just use this polling slide rather to just let us know if you were here last year. It would just be very interesting to know. I'm going to do a little recap of some of the science, but with some new resources. And I just want to see here. And I know this also takes a few seconds, but did you get to attend or watch the 2024 Forum on Child Wellbeing and the New Science? Okay, so there are a lot of familiar faces, but it's also really great. I was excited at the geographic diversity I was hearing about. And I think that's giving me a pretty good sense. Excellent. So here we go. And we are going to do a practice together. So it's always great to just kind of check in and see that you're comfortable, because sometimes we hold in a way that we don't even know that we're doing. This is a neuroceptive practice, and the work that we're doing that I'm sharing today, just important to remind ourselves that we can be working from the inside out together, because I hear a lot in the polyvagal world around hacking externally. This is inside out and beyond work. And as I said in the beginning, our nervous systems can connect with one another. We can support one another. Repetition builds pathways in the body to the brain that we can call on as necessary. And this forum provides a unique opportunity, especially in the second part with Abigail, that we're not just talking about the science, we're not just talking, we get to experience this work. So that's what's going to happen here for the next several minutes. And just say right now that everything is an invitation as we explore several core strategies to help us to befriend our nervous systems and to land here together. So what kind of stuff am I talking about? We're going to do a little breath work. We're going to do some inner resourcing. We're going to open our senses intentionally. Little small movement, so small that will be done, seated. We're going to engage sensation and self-compassion. So needed. So healing, so essential for well-being. And I'll just say to you, if at any point you happen to notice that I close my eyes, that does not mean that you need to, because a lot of folks aren't comfortable with that. So it's about what feels okay for you in the moment. There's no right or wrong. And we'll begin just, actually want to have a little baseline. Dr. Ben was saying, how are you? As we started. And I want to ask you, how are you feeling right now? Just do a little check-in. He also shared with us how pause is as important as action. And we're taking a little pause here, and we're going to work with some tools. So just see, how are you feeling? How does your body feel? What's your breath like? There's no judgment here. We're just noticing. We're just taking a little pause, because 20 to 30 seconds can start a conversation with the vagus nerve. And we're going to do a little embodied tour of the vagus nerve here, and then what I call a sensory snack pack. And we'll begin with what's called, there's a lot of science around this very simple but very scientific strategy. It's called the physiological sigh. Might sound a little weird on Zoom, and that's okay, because if it sounds weird, makes you laugh, well, and a smile, a chuckle, turns out that's science too. It's really good for the nervous system. So, we knew that, but This breath, what we do is we're going to take 2 short inhales through the nose, if that feels okay to you. And then on the exhale through the mouth, I'm going to make a sound like an ah. And we're going to do this breath 3 times. And then I'm going to do a little tweak on it. Physiological sigh. Again, if you were to, Google this, look at AI on it, and so forth, you'd see all kinds of science around it. So if you'd like to join me, observing is great. Just 2 short breaths in through the nose. Ah. And I'm going to do it 2 more times. Ah. Your pace, of course. 1 more time. Ah. I want to tweak this a bit. And some of you might be familiar with Dr. Peter Levine's great work with somatic experiencing, and he has a video. I made a resource list for you, and I listed it in the resource list. It's called Woo Breath, because the vagus nerve, again, it's a warning, I'd be dropping science even all, through this little practice. It loves vibration. So what if we just take a breath in, and then on the exhale, we make the sound V, like for vagus nerve. Just try it and notice how that feels in your mouth. Playing with things. I read a very interesting and on-point article today about the nervous system and how the lack of play is contributing to anxiety levels among children, along with all the issues with social media, particularly unsupervised access to social media and such. Article by Michael Ellison, Psychology Today. And yeah, we all need to play. Our nervous systems need to be able to play. We can play with these things. So shift your attention now to the soles of your feet. If they're resting on the floor, you might press through the soles of your feet a little bit, like the fact that the bottoms of our feet are called soles. The interesting thing is when we talk about grounding, which I think years ago might have not been taken seriously, this connection with ground literally grounds the nervous system. You might, as you press through your feet, if that feels okay to you, sense the contact with the surfaces that are supporting you. Because these are all ways. Deb Dana, a therapist who works extensively with polyvagal work. If you're a therapist, clinician, you might be familiar with many of the books that she has written. They're anchors. That's the name of one of her books. Just they're easy anchors for our nervous system. And I just want to mention this because if I do something in the next few minutes and you're joining me and it doesn't feel okay, because every day is different, every nervous system is unique, then anchors, like the breath, but the breath isn't always initially everyone's friend, but a physical anchor, a squeezing up and down the arm in the moment. I used that just the other day, a pressing through the feet, feeling this contact. Gravity, it's our friend. Making this connection with the earth, we are not just on the earth, we are part of the earth. And with all of this coming together, we need to remember that. And maybe now, eyes open or closed, again, it doesn't matter. Just noticing behind the eyelids any shadows. If your eyes are open, something in the room at a little distance, we're just going to open the senses. When I saw the picture of the courtroom that Dr. Ben shared with us, I thought about those glasses of water on the table, because swallow once or twice. Just different ways we engage the senses, because these are all ways to talk to the vagus nerve. And having a glass of water, taking a swallow, it's amazing what it can do. And for just a moment now, with our senses open, coming inside to what we call inner resourcing. Different practices, different cultures have different names for this. But could you bring to mind a person, a moment? It may be a place, a cultural tradition, something that can give you a sense, a connection of well-being, okayness. Maybe somewhere you've been or someone you can be with that makes you feel good, and you bring that image to mind. And if nothing's coming to you right now, the thing is we can imagine and create. We can create that image of that place, that shape, that sense. Imagination can take us to a resilient place. Bezo van der Kolk always emphasizes how imagination is central to recovery from trauma. We'll be exploring with our imagination during our workshop with Abigail. It's also a place where hope can reside. So I just say to you that, just see if anything, this place within us, it's indestructible. It's always there. And it's waiting for us to remember that it's there. And in lots of things these days, we're often asked if we have an intention. So I will ask you if you have an intention for today before we do one more quick exercise here. Maybe it's something that you want to know, that you want to share, that you want to see out of this forum today, but just see if there's an intention that surfaces. And sometimes when we are coming into connection with ourselves, we feel into our heart a bit. And I have my hand on my heart right now. Jack Cornfield calls it heartfulness. And my colleague, who I think is probably here today, Nancy Butt, and I have finishing 2 years of study with Jack. And it's been an amazing journey, and just learning how to grow that heartfulness, that self-compassion. Actually, it doesn't make us weak, it makes us stronger. That we need to remind ourselves to be kind to ourselves. So now, and as we transition, I'm going to ask you if you would like to join me to take the palm of one hand, bring it back to the back of the head, the base of the cranium. It's kind of the bottom edge of the skull there. It's also and it's an important place for lots of reasons, but the vagus nerves, that's, they're coming out of the, brainstem there. And let your hand just gently, almost like a pet, if you were petting a dog or a cat, a beloved animal, come around the side of the neck, just glides around. Let your hand come down to your heart, the vagus nerve and the heart. They're always talking. It's a constant conversation. And if you let your hand drift further down the center, down the torso, you're following the path of the vagus nerve, where it's innervating, it's connecting to all these different organs. 80% of the information, the sensory information of the body, will be following. I'm going to bring my hand back up the path here. Up. It's coming up from the body, through the body, to the heart, and to the brain. And then the wisdom, when we think about that wisdom of the body, all of this information it sends us. So we have lots of strategies to be with and talk to our nervous system, to be with our body, to build resilience from the inside out and between, among us. And I'll just close with a quote here from Thich Nhat Hanh, Answers from the Heart. I'm going to share two quotes, but Thich Nhat Hanh in that book said, "You have to serve in a way that you can preserve yourself." And maybe we say preserve ourselves. To preserve yourself is to preserve the opportunity to serve others. And I was reading my email pretty quickly this morning, and I happened to, it was actually a message from Jack Cornfield, and it was quoting Mr. Rogers, which seems like a great place to land. And he said, "When I was a boy, I would see scary things on the news. My mother would say to me, 'Look for the helpers. You will always find people who are helping.' This is you. This is all of you. This is all of us together here." So I will ask you, as I'm transitioning and going to the next slide here, if you are so inclined, definitely ask yourself how you are now. Maybe if you happen to close your eyes or feel you need to, just, come back together to just, wiggle your feet, your toes, your fingers. And I will just say a bit of a recap here, going back to my pointy head scientist mode, but I got to tell you, I'm in a very big transition in my career. I will still be pointy headed at times with the science, but I intend for most of my workshops and focusing on resources to be almost entirely practice tool based as I transition into 2025. But I do say we want to highlight some things, and maybe a little bit deeper than when we were together last time, that this vagus nerve, this wanderer, amazing, bringing all this information to the brain so that the brain then knows what to do, and why we talk about this wisdom of the body. It joins with all these other cranial nerves, the eyes, ears, voice, little head movements, which we will, play with as we go through our remaining little less than an hour together. And it's where we are. It's why I'm going to revisit again the autonomic states with a new resource that the Polyvagal Institute has just released. But where we are in our nervous system determines our capacity for social engagement, for resilience, for collective resilience. And as we, alluded to in the beginning, we're just constantly scanning. It's automatic, that neuroception. We don't think about it. We don't notice that we're doing it, but we're looking for cues of safety in faces, voices, movements of others. There is so much more happening in communication between us than what is being said. And that's going forward here, yay. And this is the new graphic I was talking about from the Polyvagal Institute. I also included the link in your handouts. There are three primary states that we always highlight. What I like about this resource, it talks about some intersections here too, highlighting three hybrid states. The big picture, and when we talk, it has the science language here too, which we don't have to go into today, but the front side of the vagus, ventral vagal, that parasympathetic side, relaxed. I like to think of 3 C's here, in terms of very much connected. It's about connection. This is where social engagement happens. And that parasympathetic, creative, curious. This is where you are online in the brain, prefrontal cortex, really capacity to be present and connected and available to one another, because this is not a primarily defense state. Now, you can guess for sure that I am in a hybrid state, pulling for when you see play, dance, sports, performance. I'm pulling some energy right now from the mobilized circle there, which is a key primary state. All states are necessary for our survival. This is a mobilized, energetic state, and when we are rising up to challenges and doing certain things, we will pull from there. But if we are not getting enough cues of safety, if we are being triggered or feel a sense of prolonged, especially not okayness, then the sympathetic side of the nervous system is taking over for us to be on the ready. Mobilized and immobilized, I know this is a quick recap here, but they are what we can refer to as defense states, and they have their purpose. And there are these intersections with our, connected, creative, relaxed state. And they are physiological. How our breath is, how our heart is working, how we feel in our body. And I heard different aspects of that being mentioned by Dr. Ben. It's all part of this. It's physiological. It's the nervous system. It's neurophysiological, and it takes care of us. But what I'll say about mobilized, because this is one of the things I've been observing about people I really care about, I've been watching about myself, is if you are operating primarily out of there, exhausting. And I think beleaguered is a great word there, because it takes a lot of energy to be there, and we need that rest, we need that restorative, we need that being able to refuel in that parasympathetic, that upper circle. When we move over to the lower left and the immobilized, this is something I'm seeing a lot too, because if you get exhausted enough over immobilized, or you begin to feel a sense of not being able to keep going, manage, we begin to zone out and numb out and immobilize. Having said that, there is an intersection here too of purpose. There are times when we are deep relaxation, deep resting. Well, that's our relaxed state, and pulling from this hybrid, that intersection there between quote unquote relaxed and immobilized, or parasympathetics, different, the front and back of the vagus nerve. So there are ways that we use these states to complement one another. But if we are staying disconnected, feeling zoned out, numbed out, even to the point of sensing such uncertainty and not okayness that we go into freeze state of defense, that intersection at the bottom is another place of defensive state that can really affect not just our physical well-being, but also our mental. And so with this, I'm going to be moving forward here. James, I don't know if I need, so there we go, I've got it, great, okay. Experiences of reciprocity, rupture, and repair. We build pathways of connection for our nervous system to have resilience. So hard times, challenges are absolutely part of a healthy nervous system. All autonomic states are necessary, but we need to appreciate too that our body, because this is so physiological, that it's getting expressed in a lot of ways that we may not recognize how what we are communicating, what is being sent over to another nervous system. One of the resources I listed in your resource list are some health moments. They're just a minute long by Dr. Heather Abernethy, who does a lot of work for the Polyvagal Institute. I love that she uses an imagery of a tree before going into the OR as an anesthesiologist to sense that rooting, that connection, that planting feet firmly on the ground and sensing connection. She talks a lot about the reality, and we see a lot of medical trauma that the settings, healthcare settings themselves can feel threatening to us. Lots of different ways to understand and apply this work and to be more supportive of one another. Because as I said, those defense states, the immobilized and the mobilized, when we stay in them, when we're operating primarily out of them, they're metabolically costly. And we need to be thinking, and a hospital is such a great example of how to create supportive collective spaces. I'll just mention that I suspect a lot of you know Futures Without Violence, a nonprofit out of San Francisco that works internationally. And I'm one of the people working with them on the opening of their Museum of Courage that will open in 2026. And it's part of this work is how to create a space when we talk about the challenges, when we think about how we grow courage, is also to create that space in a way that it feels physically supportive, that we create environment that encourages our nervous systems to befriend one another. It's a tool here that I just wanted to mention, again, in your resource list, that we have validated scales. This has been validated with adults. I know it is being used with teens, and maybe we'll see some adaptations for kids as well in the future. But 29 items, 3 scales, looking at questions around social engagement, bodily sensations, because this is huge, these signals that we learn to recognize and to understand, and they become resources for us to know where we're at, to understand someone else that we're with, where they're at. So things like how our stomach feels. And yes, one of those subscales is compassion. So I included it in the beginning practice. It's where I'd like to end today, but it's throughout, because that's how much this is part of it. And I'm happy to see that the resources, and I'll mention another, are being translated into a number of science. I'm very into free tools. This is a free tool. Find it online. Now, for that early development piece, from a neurophysiological perspective, just to say that there's a lot of interesting science in this realm, because this is really the roots of the polyvagal research, was watching what was happening and being confused by what was happening with preemies in the early 1980s. That is some foundational research that led to the polyvagal discovery, so to speak, of the 2 sides of the vagus nerve and such. But there's rapid changes in myelination occurring in the autonomic nervous system during the last trimester. It is not complete at birth. And is anyone surprised that it continues into adolescence? As someone who spent a big chunk of my career working on adolescent brain development, this is so in line for understanding what an incredible period of developmental exuberance adolescence is. It's not done, far from done. The face-heart connection, again, it's where we are that determines our capacity for social engagement. Early development is building the foundation in the autonomic nervous system for that. And just no surprise that prematurity, neglect, illness, it can dampen development of that ventral vagal, the front part of the vagus nerve, so key to social development. So it's interesting as we move forward, ways to be nurturing the nervous system early on. And those of you who are in early infant mental health and perinatal work, this seeing how skin to skin contact can actually help the autonomic nervous system to mature is so important for preemies, that it helps with regulation and vagal tone of the vagus nerve, and additionally can decrease maternal post-traumatic stress disorder and anxiety levels. And we're just, working with parents from the get-go to understand how infants are reading into that. So much of the communication, it's bodily, it's facial expression, it's how tension feels in the body. So what tool that babies are reading that, and how we respond to their distress. So what tools can we give parents in the moment to help them with their regulation? Because co-regulation is the foundation for self-regulation. As I said in the very beginning, infants are learning very quickly how, to respond to caregivers' emotions in terms of tone of voice, body tension, and incorporating this into perinatal education is crucial. I will love to be part of how we can be bringing this into perinatal toolkits that feel real, that feel culturally relevant, and the type of work that Abigail is doing, that we bring play into it. We make it fun. We make it creative. Play, co-regulatory neural exercise. You look at TheraPlay and also the play zones, another great example, just brilliant and essential for kids, for families, parents together. And I was at a talk that Basil Vanderkolk, who I mentioned earlier, but he did this in December, and I just loved that he said music, rhythm, synchronous and reciprocal movements. So playing with kids in a way that they're mirroring, it's about mirror neurons, right? That we can do these movements together because they're the bedrock of connectedness and co-regulation. So what are some polyvagal strategies for caregivers? That pause, just like Dr. Ben said, can we give ourselves just a tiny pause, especially when the brainstem is reacting. What am I feeling right now? And my favorite saying during my favorite principle for adolescent brain development training, I always had to have a big box of Q-tips and say, what's the Q-tip principle when I was working with parents? And a lot of times they'd say, listening, which is so true, opening your ears, deep listening. But it's also quit taking it personally, because stuff comes out of kids' mouths and ours too. The brain makes up stories and we don't have to believe them. They may be said, but they may not be true. And so things, I hate you, you're stupid, get away from me, get away from me. How many times does that translate to I need you? And I don't know how to express it. We want to model curiosity, because that's the nervous system just laps that up. That's the brain being online. Why am I feeling this way? Tuning into the body, but noticing without judgment. And again, self-compassion. Yes, I am repeating myself because there are some things that are so central to this that we know in our hearts, but we sometimes forget. Because as Abigail said to us the other day as we were talking, we're too smart for ourselves. There's an irony there. Sometimes my button here is not happy with me. Well, trying to get the slide to go forward. There we go. So, oh, it's those 3 rings again. Well, what I want to say here is just, I'm taking those 3 rings from that infographic to just note that there are certain behaviors associated with certain autonomic states, and recognizing this can help us shift from blaming to understanding. And so, when we're in that relaxed, socially engaged, receptive, can regulate, we can shift around and reset and such. But when we are immobilized and going and staying there because we're not feeling okay, then our behaviors can be, especially for children, noisy, chaotic, running out of the classroom, touching everything around us. It can translate into, we got a lot of energy, and that energy's got to be expressed. That's why movement can be so useful right here. But it can be aggressive. It can be hitting, maybe even pinching, biting. But then if we are going into kind of a shutdown, disconnect, so really socially disconnecting, going into myself, hiding, avoiding eye contact, I'm not going to be hearing you. My ear muscle function is actually changing because the middle ear muscles are changing to tune into potential low decibel sounds of danger. And that means we compromise human voice processing. Tired, can't focus, don't care, whatever. When you hear that, whatever, apathetic. And something in the zone here is that when not knowing when we are in these places is okay. Sometimes we want answers, and they don't have, kids don't, and adults don't have the answer. Speaking will not be the way that we will communicate, although their body can be communicating a whole bunch to us as we learn to read our own and recognize those shoulders hunching up, that falling in of the chest, that breath becoming more shallow, with lots of different ways to see that. So just in this short piece around parenting and caregiving, a great recommendation, and I love Daphne Lender's work. She has a book on integrative attachment therapy, works extensively with TheraPlay. And this is a cherry picking moment because when we are not therapists and such, but we can be learning from this work, the tools that they use. And one of the suggestions is that we create a list, caregiver list, that glass of water, that swallowing, just standing up, sitting down, rocking side to side. The nervous system absolutely loves that. You've probably seen me do that as I want my slides to advance. That's just a way of calming, circling around. Walking, can't take a walk. It might be that I, you go into the restroom during a difficult meeting and march in front of the toilet, but just different, there are ways that we can do things, and just simply tapping, making that connection to the body, making some sound, shower. Futures Without Violence referred to the shower as my think tank, and it was true. I'd get the best ideas, come out of the shower and call them immediately. It's just, but we're all different with this. And, with kids, just the things that we can do together, again, together. And if it can be rhythmic, fantastic. Drumming, music. I had told Abigail this morning, I will have my accordion with me when we come back for her workshop. We can sing, we can move, the squeezing, counting. Simple act of counting the number of steps, counting the number of breaths. These are great ways that help the nervous system to reset and shift. Our voice, when we read a story, it's got rhythm, it's got prosody. It just naturally happens. You don't have to even try. Warm objects, cool objects, it's just ways to speak to our system. I just throw little things in here. And in the words of Stephen Porges, who developed polyvagal theory and oversees the Polyvagal Institute. Now, you'd think I work for them. I should mention that any resource I'm mentioning, I have no financial interest in, because it might sound otherwise. I love things that are free. And one of the things that's free, and we share all the air, is our breath. And the breath is a fast track. It's just the very quick way to the nervous system and extending the exhale. It's why musical instruments, Dr. Porges played the clarinet when he was a teen and reflects back now how it felt so calming during what can often be exciting years, in our teen phase of life. But offering a drink with a straw, that sucking with the straw, or doing straw breath, which is as simple as I click here, straw breath. Purse your lips, inhale through the nose. Now you're going to exhale through those pursed lips, and you control the rate of the exhale. It's a beautiful thing. And you can just, again, we just kind of notice how this can talk to our body. I call this Be a Burrito. I'm going to tell a little, I'm doing my little time check here. I'm going to tell a little story because a few years back, I ended up in a near-death situation, and clinically, and I think it's always ironic how we can study things and then not recognize them in ourselves. And what I failed to identify, you can tell I'm getting a little excited talking about it. So I have a little stone I hold here, but it was post-traumatic stress. And it took me a while. I was so not okay. People around me knew I was not okay, but it was through an odd little situation of driving by a place that had a sign up for restorative yoga. And I went in. I knew I was wallowing in not knowing how to. I was doing different things. I was doing some stuff that would prove very helpful, EMDR and so forth. But my body was so not okay. And one of the things that we did was that we wrapped up in blankets, like making ourselves a burrito. And I can't tell you how being swaddled, like we do with infants, right? Of just being able to, I always tell my husband now to pick me up, and he says no, but at any rate, I still wrap myself up like a burrito. And I recently had the opportunity to work with a teen where he was highly dysregulated, was in a session with a therapist, and they made a sandwich. And he had the choice of what things, empowering, self-agency of what to put on the sandwich. And then they did a little pressure on the sandwich. And it was amazing to hear him talk through and express how this felt. We get very creative, and we get curious too. And I'll tell you, through this experience, that I became a certified yoga therapist because of course I always want to know everything about the practice, but because I continue to see how we have different ways. A lot of yoga therapists are working in neurology clinics now. Our minds are opening in so many ways to understand and share. And I'm going to go in now to just talking a little bit about interoception, because it's a core skill for co-regulation. I talked about it in last year's forum. If you haven't seen it, you can go back. That's what I love about these. They remain open and available. And recently, with an elder group, the elders landed on, so I'm not going to, we don't have to use these words. We can create our own language of the nervous system. And they said, knowing where I am in myself, because that's then how I can know where I am with you. So we just, ask ourselves, what is my body saying? And this does activate, pointy-headed science alert here, the insula in the brain, that manages this kind of messaging. And we know that the insula and interoceptive skills can be impacted by autism, attention deficit issues, trauma, depression, eating disorders. The list is longer than this, but this is an important interoceptive skill that is easy to work with, not just with ourselves, but I see amazing work being done in classrooms with this. It's a winner. I'd like to see it be done in staff meetings. But you know, there some of us do, and I've been one of those people, difficulty sensing internal signals, and that makes it hard to know which emotions are being experienced then, and we can kind of get mixed up and tell our brain can tell ourselves stories. So it's why having resources, this is one included as a handout. I see it used, I'm sharing it a lot with schools, you know, just is there a word to describe what you notice right now? And you're certainly welcome to, you know, put something into the chat room around this. I mean, how does it feel listening to what I'm talking about if you just take a moment to be checking in? And, you know, brainstorming with clients and students about how they feel from the inside out. I love one school has done little brain-shaped magnets, and during 3 times of the day, students check in, move their magnet around, you know, write different words, they're erasable, write on that, and then put it in the 3 primary zones of the nervous system. It's getting out there, it's getting shared. But when we skip noticing sensations in the body, we can often go straight to reactivity. So, it's fun, just this list doesn't have to be part of it, but just it's amazing the words that kids come up with around this. When you're doing this work, I'll just, you know, say to you, and it's why I used the feet earlier, that we start distally, because it can feel safer to start further. When I say distally, I mean, you know, more further out on the body. So the hands, the feet, the tip of the nose, and it may not be words, expressive art, the kind of work that Abigail is sharing with us. You know, it can be a touch, a squeeze, it can be drawings, it can be songs to express how we feel inside our body. Just want to mention here that there is a body perception questionnaire now, traumascience.org. Uses measures. It's the short form has been translated into 12 languages, and it is short, looking at what does the breath feel like, how's our heartbeat, heart rate, swallowing, eating. Simple questions that provide a lot of information that help us to assess body awareness and the autonomic nervous system. And I just love to see things like this coming through medical schools, because we have a lot of opportunity to train service providers and clinicians. They originally my work was almost entirely with clinicians, but it needs to be part of the message, the training that people are getting as they're coming into these careers, that understanding it's not brain versus body, that these aren't in mind, that these aren't separate things. When we increase awareness of these bodily sensations, it's essential to becoming emotionally intelligent. And emotional intelligence, as we said, is a building block of resilience and of being really able to build collective resilience. So that's out of Harvard's newsletter, Harvard Medical School newsletter. You know, a little bit more here about that area of the brain that I mentioned, the insula. Our feelings are dependent on our physiological state. These are not separate things. And emotions begin as sensation in the body. I'm setting the stage for the practice that we're about to go into. And, you know, every emotion, it's got a chemical signature in the body. So we want tools at all ages, and especially during challenging times, to be able to identify, experience, and describe emotions. So where I'm going with this, probably going to talk just a moment about wee ones, because it starts so early. By 6 months, children are learning about their feelings. When the hippocampus, our memory maker, is really getting online, then they begin verbalizing emotions. Around age 3, there's certainly a lot of variation there, but that inner critic that is so inherent, particularly in the culture I live in, it starts early in life, and brings around why understanding emotions and also practices of kindness and self-compassion are so important. You can't run from an emotion. I want to share a practice here with you. You can join or just listen. I am watching the time. So you have a handout. I actually listed several handouts for this practice in your resource list. Simple technique that combines breath work. We use touch, sensation, identifying emotions. I'm going to show you very shortly more of a kid version. I show you this adult version because when I trained in this, almost everyone in my course were hospice workers. This is not just for children. We all can feel challenged in identifying emotions, understanding that we have more than one emotion, and connecting to that emotion in the body. So this is a handout. If any of you are familiar with the book that we did with the Alaska Children's Trust, and which is available online for free, it's listed in your resource list. We also did companion sheets, and these are the words that we're going to work with as I work through the practice somewhat swiftly. But we just will say, you want to get comfortable again in your seat. You want to sense the contact of your body here, and notice, how are you feeling in your body? Is it sending you any signals or clues about an emotion? We're just going to get curious about that, and maybe it's very obvious to you, because I have lots of stories that kids have shared with me where they are going to a specific emotion and work using a finger hold, such as a teen in a courtroom who was feeling great anxiety and had tremendous difficulty sitting still. But here we see the thumb is sad, the index finger is scared, the middle finger, not going to give you the finger there, but it's mad, anger, fourth finger, worried, and fifth finger, pinky, is feeling small, unimportant, feeling bad. And the way the practice works, and again, I've provided a lot of resources around this because I know I'm going quickly, is that we just take the fingers of one hand, doesn't matter which hand you choose, and wrap them around and finger for the emotion that you would choose from these. And when we have time, we brainstorm around about the words. We do some artwork. I'll show you a picture where we trace the hand first and we color, because we want to bring that creativity, connecting color, sensation with emotions. But for the purposes here, if you were to choose a finger right now, if you like to, for any of these emotions, I think I'll go to my worried finger, and I'm wrapping fingers of one hand around that fourth finger, and I'm going to focus on that emotion. I'm going to think about that emotion. I'm going to take some breaths as I can even visualize feeling into that emotion. Maybe I visualize that flowing right out of that fingertip. That's basically the practice. Picking an emotion, identifying an emotion, noticing sensation with it in the body, holding the finger. Kids might do a hold for a minute, and then when I was with my mother when she was comatose and passing, many minutes. We can do it for ourselves with permission. We can do it for someone else. A simple practice that uses a lot of polyvagal strategies to be able to talk to the bodies. I'm trying to advance right here. There we go. These are all the things I was mentioning. We're engaging the senses. We're using pressure. We're noticing the breath, visualization, and imagination. All the ways that finger holds work. This is a great opportunity for expressive art, and use tracing, coloring, decorating the hand. And I'm going to wrap up what I'm saying here, just as a reminder here that it's not just for kids. The upper picture there is a special housing project for the unhoused in Colorado that are doing finger holds. The lower picture is by a father who is going to it's been released from jail and is going to have his first supervised visitation with his son. And coming from a culture where expressing emotions is not a tradition, and trying to share with his son, communicate how much he has missed him. And James Ancinas, a colleague that I've worked with, doing great work taking these tools into many different settings cross-culturally. And that's the thing, you don't have to do it this way. When I was working with villages in my area, the elders said to me, we would massage the fingers. We would massage the fingers and then talk about emotions. What are the traditions that you have, the adaptations? What makes sense in your world? Oxytocin. It's beyond parent-infant bonding. It is key to human cognition, connection, our survival. I think some folks don't know that Dr. Sue Carter, leading global researcher around oxytocin, is actually the wife of Dr. Stephen Porges. Oxytocin and the autonomic nervous system work in synchrony. And the oxytocin system can be impacted by early adversity. And it's connected to things in a much bigger way than we realize. I think we often think about, but throughout our lifetimes, it affects both sexes, aids in oxygenation of the brain, facilitates emotional regulation via the autonomic nervous system, which is why I put it here. It's primarily released by the hypothalamus and can be a fire extinguisher for the immune system and chronic inflammation, so much more than we realized. And we also observe that the deficiency of oxytocin is connected to many mental health problems. And the wonderful intersection here is that somatic practices can help to regulate, release oxytocin. When I talked there about nitric oxide, breathing in and out through the nose. That's why it started with a practice that used nasal breathing. Doing that inner resourcing and looking for a felt sense of okayness, and movements, especially rhythmic bilateral movements. It's all connected. I'm going to pop ahead of this actually, just because I'm watching time, and I wanted to make a few comments about the polyvagal perspective on burnout. And I think the most important thing is what Dr. Ben said, that there's a history of this being seen as individual, and it's about us, and it's about the rhythm of all of our nervous systems talking together, and the reality that when there aren't enough cues of safety in our collective environment, we do not feel safe together. I will take a moment here for this polling slide, because I just want to ask, do you have a routine, a ritual, a tradition that you do regularly to transition when you finish work, your work day? It'd be great if you'd pop that in right now. Wow, that is impressive to see. That makes me happy. I'm seeing right now at least over half. Okay. Thank you. Thank you for your responses. So close to half as they're readjusting and such. It's about the pause. It's about giving the nervous system that little break, because staying in the activated side of the nervous system in particular is exhausting. And if we then shift because we can't keep staying in the mobilized to the immobilized autonomic state, that is the sense of disconnect and exhausted. And unfortunately, this really ups the ante, those states around self-criticism, when we are in those survival modes, and we very much need to speak the language of the nervous system and of kindness to ourselves, which is why I included Jack Kornfield again on your resource list. And I just want to tell you very quickly about a very simple practice that I'm going to wrap up here with a couple of resources. But during the pandemic in children's hospitals, as we, there was no time. How often do we feel that? And but you look at the research around self-compassion, how it helps to grow the brain, how it's related to emotional regulation, can lower stress hormone levels, curb self-criticism, and even reduce post-traumatic stress disorder symptoms. And so a practice began, and it was really just a minute long, and it went like this. And you'll see I'm moving my arms and bringing them up higher than necessary. And I'm going to start the circle. I'm revolving them in a circle towards myself. And I may come up, have a little statement, that a go-to statement, like, this is hard. May I be kind in myself, to myself, as I breathe in. My intention here is to breathe in kindness, compassion for myself. Breathe in on the inhale, and then on the exhale, breathing out to you. So just do a few breaths this way, because that's all there was time for. Inhaling in compassion for myself. I know this is hard. Exhaling compassion, my connection to you. That is what they did. And they would do it for a moment. And it helped. And we can find these little ways, as Deb Dana would say, these little glimmers to connect together. And in my last couple minutes here, this resource, interesting, because you see nurse, and I think at first glance, if it didn't come from training in clinical settings and stuff, well, that's not me. Nurse is an abbreviation for a protocol for resilience building that is for everyone. You could look at it as nursing your nervous system. Jessica Conway has shared this resource. She is really great in how she puts this together. And I'm hoping as you look at this, and you have the link to download it, that you may see connections to the things that we've done together today in terms of we notice and we name. We understand instead of blame. As we understand our nervous system, we find ways to resource and regulate. And I would add the word together there. We have this bodily, this somatic inquiry and attunement to ourselves and one another. And through this, we can embody, empower, we can expand. We are so much bigger than ourselves. So that, that to me, when we think about a polyvagal approach, we're working from the bottom up, we're expanding our window of capacity, and we are seeing the duty, the necessity that this happens together organizationally and beyond. And I am thinking this is where I will stop because we want to have 10 minutes for, I think I've got 2 minutes here maybe. But I work with a toolkit. It's something that I'm super going to be focusing on going forward because of my interest in really doing primarily interactive. The science is always there on the table, but how can we really practice these tools together? Because it starts with co-regulate, engage. Where am I? Breath. Understand that the traditions of breath, you look at the art of George Catlin out on the plains with tribes of American Indians in the mid 1800s, who would really save his life as they taught him to breathe through the nose. The traditions of breath come from all over, many cultures, many ways to do and find our best way to do it, using movement, using vibration, sound and touch, love, and of course, kindness and self-compassion. And I'd like to, I think I'm supposed to be switching over to Q&A now. Am I right about that?
Yes, we do have quite a few questions that are still coming in. This is Jenny. I've been the moderator in the chat, so I am watching them come in. And I will say several people have asked this question, which I will answer about Linda's resources and handouts and where they are available. We will be sending out a follow-up email that will have those resources in them, but they're also available right now on our website. If you go to nwcf.org and you click on NWCF Forum, you will see there a list of the resources that Linda has been referring to during her presentation. So I just want you all to know that those will be available along with Linda's slides, as she mentioned. We will be sure to get those out to you probably next week. But I do have several questions in here. I'm not sure we'll be able to get to all of them, but thank you everyone for entering those in the Q&A. One of our first questions is, any tips for helping children to slow their breathing when they're hyperventilating?
Well, a couple of thoughts come, to mind immediately, and that's what I was mentioning about the straw, because when you work with, giving a beverage with a straw, especially, it can just be a great way, and yet they have control of, how slow the exhale is, but movement. Bring movement into it. So in the slides that you're going to see lots of little examples that I've shared of different types of breath to do and such, but it might start with movement. And with super regulation, dysregulation, it might need to be a small movement, just turning the head side to side and of course, the child's going to want to do it quickly, but they, start slow. Or get them to slow down. That movement engages certain muscles that actually massage the vagal nerves. So, but have them that, they can pretend they're a balloon, or they can do, movement with the arms, eagle breath. Can you open really, really big and be like a bird or an eagle? Because I'm not going to say you need to increase your sternal capacity right now and open the ribs so that you can get a bigger breath in, but they've just done it. And then, and come in on the exhale. And how slow can a bird fly? How slow can your eagle fly? People will do, pretend blowing a bubble or a dandelion, but when someone's highly dysregulated or having a really hard time getting some bilateral movement, and you do it with them, that is the key. Back to with, kids, that we do it together, because maybe they go fast at first, but they'll start to mirror. That's what happens, and we have to watch when we're breathing fast, that they're actually picking up on our shallow chest breathing and bring it down. So those are some, just, make fun, and what, then they can learn to come up with their ideas of what would be a fun animal that we could think about how they breathe. Few little ideas there, and please, I suggest you get the slides, and at the end, where there are some, practices and toolkits, but think about those tiny, little movements, knowing it's okay to hide, warm their hands and cover their eyes, and, maybe as, they just trying to transition to that too. Helping them find there's too much energy and it needs a way out. Ooh, and that's something else I'm going to say, because I'm a huge gal on tension and trauma releasing exercise and shaking it out. So give them, along with the breath, isn't always the first. It's a very fast track. It might not be the first thing they can do. So can they stand up and shake it out and shake it all around? Or if they have to stay seated because of where they are and stuff, can shake their hands out real, and that can help them to make the shift. A safe version in the setting that they're at, to be able to, march they're on a plane and, marching their feet real fast in their seat.
Thanks, Linda. Someone else, I think this is somewhat related as well, talked about that you'd mentioned vibration is another great way to tap into the polyvagal system. And they were wondering about any other vibrational techniques you might recommend and why that is.
Well, the why, the why of it is just that it's that vibration is being used in all kinds of different ways clinically. Now I'm about to go into a group where it's being used for low bone density. It's used for with tuning forks for arthritis and pain. It's the body is very responsive to vibration, which travels certain pathways, neural pathways in the body. So that's kind of a very quick why. But it's why I wrote Howling with Huskies. If you can combine voice, the vibration of the vocal cords, you see, you got that vagus nerve running down right alongside the esophagus, and all our little hardware there, and you use the voice, and then you bring vibration into it, like the sound V, or like howling like a dog, or whatever is fun and comfortable, and it just it's traveling neural pathways, and it's soothing. So it's a very effective technique, especially when we bring the voice into it. But there are other ways that vibration is being used with the nervous system as well. But when I think about calming and I think about fun, I'm going to go with a sound. But even when you think about shaking it out and such, you're getting vibration in the body. And that's why when we were doing the V sound, I wanted people to notice if they felt the vibration of the lips, bringing attention. That's an interceptive moment, that just doing that and having a child bring their attention to that is building interoception. Did that feel funny? How did that feel in the mouth? Did that feel tingly or weird? Or what was that like for you?
Thanks, Linda. I think we have time for Probably just one more question. This is a logistical question of a reference you made. Someone wants to know what the title of the book is about breath from the plains.
Oh, yes, I may have to pull that because the original title changed. The original title I think was "Shut Your Mouth or Lose Your Life," and they actually changed it to a little user. This was back in 1860 something, right? I will find the name of the book by George Catlin, the very famous artist who painted many American Indian Plains Indian tribes, and provide that in the chat when we come back. Is that okay?
Great. Yes, that's perfect. Thank you so much, Linda. And thank you for asking all of those great questions to our audience. We're sorry we weren't able to get to them all, but thank you very much.
Hello, hello. Linda, thank you so much. Again, so rich. And thank you for making it fun. You have the science to back up the tools, but I think these tools are ones that I'm going to want to play with. And I bet a lot of people out there want to try them out, not only for the kids and other people in our lives, but just for ourselves. And thanks for modeling it so personally, too. It was absolutely fascinating. And we could keep you here for a long time, but I think it's going to be great to have a chance to review the slides and look at the resources that you are so generously sharing with us. Yeah, so to be continued in the afternoon. I'm hoping you can hear everybody applauding it. That's the downside of being a virtual, is that all the sentient beings out there that have absorbed Linda Chamberlain-ness today are just thanking you. So thank you so much. Yeah. We are going to take a break. We're gonna do that pause. We're gonna do that taking care of ourselves and our nervous system. We will reconvene back in about 30 minutes. There'll be, I think, it says 27 minutes on our screen. Yeah, send us, if you have things going on that you want to ask about, please mention it in the chat. We're going to be sending out a feedback form, and I know that it doesn't sound fun to do a feedback form, but I promise ours is short, and we look at every single one, and it informs us for next year's forum. And with that, see you all very soon.
Welcome back, everyone. I hope you got a chance to grab some lunch or some tea, and just really had a chance to take a break and maybe think about some of the things that we talked about today, this morning. And we are now going to start our third segment. I'm going to introduce you to our third guide, but I want to let you know that we will be going straight through 90 minutes of a wonderful workshop, and then we're going to be heading into a discussion. And we don't have any planned breaks, so I want you to take that time whenever you need to, knowing that this is all recorded, and you will never really miss a thing because you'll have the recording. So with that, let's get started. I am really delighted to introduce you to our third guide, Abigail Bocanegra. Her full bio is in the program, but here's what you need to know. Abigail is first an artist. She's a deep dreamer, a fierce advocate for children and families. She's an expressive arts psychotherapist based in Spokane, Washington, where she partners with families impacted by intergenerational, colonial, and racial trauma. Abigail is a second-generation Mexican-American, strongly rooted in both her Indigenous and Spanish heritage. And in her work, she blends tribal traditional knowledge with Western therapeutic approaches. I had a good fortune of experiencing Abigail's work when I attended workshops at the University of Washington, and I'm really excited that you're going to get to experience some of Abigail's world. Abigail?
Buenos días. Kualitonali a todos. It's a real privilege to be here with all of you again, with Dr. Chamberlain and also with Dr. Ben Danielson and with you, Victoria, and with all of you. And so a little bit about me. So I'm calling in from the ancestral lands of the Spokane, Kalispel, and Kalwa tribes of Spokane. And that's important because place does play a big piece in relationship and how I do my work. My traditional name is Yesi Bakli, which means three crocodile. And it was given to me by an elder and a teacher of our Mexica cosmogony. I have three daughters, all who are reflected in the next slide, which is a painting. And each image and color communicates a little bit about who they are, where they're going. And so with that, in that painting, they're here with us as well. One thing that is fairly new, I ran a Danza Mexica group before the pandemic, and it was closed down. And we are just reopening it, and it's been open to immigrant families, BIPOC families with young children and teens. And it's a way where families can return to their ancestral knowledge and their practices for connection and healing through dance, through song, through music, through prayer, and all sorts of sensory experiences. And so I'm grateful to share what I've been doing in the last 2 decades with families, primarily healing and facilitating connection through nonverbal and metaphorical expressions of the arts. And so before we begin our time, this is, as Dr. Ben Danielson and Dr. Chamberlain shared this, it's all about connection and our togetherness. And so I have a poll that I'd like us to kind of look at and learn a little bit more about your experience in integrating the arts into your professional and personal practice. The arts are inherently relational. We have a relationship with our modes of expression and also our choice of instruments and media. So how has that shown up in your life? Your personal life, your professional life, however you want to answer. Okay. Okay. So many of us, I see, have not a lot of experience, but interested in learning. And this gives me an idea of what to share with you today, right? Because the arts can be a way for us to enter into worlds that we don't quite understand. That relationship is so important that we have with them because it deepens the relationship with ourselves, right? And so with that, I'd like for us to kind of start, right, an invitation with this poll to start with checking in with yourself. We've listened to some of our speakers this morning. We've had lunch. There was a lot of content to take in. And so now let's check in with ourselves. And I invite you to see, how are you feeling right now? How are you doing? And just check in with your body. And I know that there was an email sent out the day before inviting you all to bring materials to express. So I have here a set of markers. I think Dr. Chamberlain brought her her instrument, her musical instrument, but whatever you chose to bring into the space to access it and spend about 2 to 3 minutes reflecting on how you are, and also maybe reflecting on this relationship that you have with the arts that you shared with us in the poll. And so we'll do this in silence, and I'll join you. This can be movement, it can be poetry, it can be writing, however you choose to express. About a minute more. And if you feel inclined, again, this is an invitation. Maybe you can write a few words in the chat about what you created and what it speaks to you or what you feel. Maybe you want to take a picture of it with your phone and post it into the chat. However your choice of expression is right. There's no right or wrong in engaging in the arts in this way. Our relationship to our choice of expression through the arts are unique to each of us. And as we learn or deepen our practice in utilizing the arts as healing conduits for families, that relationship that we have with different art forms as a helper, as a healer, as an educator, as a facilitator, that's the relationship we initially want to cultivate. We want to know how we feel. We want to know how it is and how we experience ourselves when we express through color, through sound, through movement, right? And not the verbal word, and how it transforms us, right? We want to experience that because that gives us greater capacity and availability to witness the transformation of the other, of a family, of a child, of a community who's engaging in their own arts practices. So to know our story with the arts is to allow ourselves to know another story with the arts. And that brings me to my story, my relationship with the arts, which is grounded in Xochitl. Xochitl is a Nahuatl term that means a flower in song. It's a metaphorical expression encompassing the ideas of poetry, of art and symbolism, and truth. Xochitl held and still holds this cultural value and this belief that truth emerges through the arts, through nonverbal expression. I think some things were said earlier about we could tell ourselves lies. Our brain can tell ourselves stories, right? But the arts embody us. They're inherently relational and they bring us down our nervous system and where the truth and wisdom lie. The Nahuatl language of Xochitl, the language itself and the stories that were told through the language were never written. They were drawn. Each color, each image and object symbolized and communicated something, and they often told stories that held deep cultural knowledge about the understanding of ourselves, our place in the universe, our place in the world. The artwork encompassed deeper truths about life and relationships that language could not comprehend. And so as a people, we were and still very much are immersed in the arts. And we saw that with the beautiful artwork and murals in Dr. Ben Danielson's presentation. It's the way that we relate. It's the way that we love, the way to communicate, how we celebrate and mourn loved ones in the passages of time and our seasons, how we greet them and let them go. I myself come from a family line of poets and musicians and dancers, writers, and dreamers. My grandparents and my great-grandparents, who you see here up on the left hand corner of the slide, and my aunts and my uncles played the guitar. They sang, they danced while I was a child. They did that during dinners, during lunches, and evenings. I remember as a young child, I was rocked and sang to by my great-grandmother all the time. And I felt so comforted, so safe, so soothed, right? I would sleep in her arms. And so it is a very early age that my relationship with the arts, I was raised with them. I'm so fortunate to have been raised with them. And I was regulated, emotionally regulated through them. And I know that I've internalized these experiences of relational creative expressions because they became fundamental roots of emotional self-regulation, co-regulation, and community regulation. And so here at the bottom of the slide, you'll see almost like a lifeline of what my relationship looked like with the arts. Started in early childhood, right? This is my story, but it's going to look different for everyone. And that's really important to hold. In early childhood, my life was simple. It was very simple and it was good in early childhood. I used a lot of crayons, colored pencils, and a lot of blending. And what would happen for me now in hindsight, understanding what was happening for me at that time, is that I would enter into a flow state, a creative flow state where I would lose time and I would get very grounded and anchored in the present. And I would just be present with myself and my work. So I was a very calm child because I did artwork all the time. In my adolescent years, things changed. I grew up in the South Side of Chicago. I love the South Side of Chicago. It's beautiful, it's vibrant, it's cultural, there's artwork everywhere you go. And it has and carries systems of oppression, structures of oppression, racialized oppression that I became victim to as a young person. And so my artwork started to change. Colored pencils weren't enough for me anymore. I was drawn to acrylics because it was more fluid and it allowed for more affective experiences to be released, right? And so in the middle here, there's a portrait. Not only was I using acrylics to release emotion, but I was also using it to paint a portrait of my great-grandmother, the one who rocked me to sleep. And so I used artwork as a way of resourcing, of finding my strength, expressing it outward, and then using this externalized strength to remind me that when things are hard and it's chaotic, and I'm losing hope, that I can look at this painting and I can remember the songs my great-grandmother sang to me, right? And a lot of youth do this, right? I'm not the only one. My work then changed in early adulthood. It started to deepen into more charcoal expressions and still portraits, but now a self-portrait. I was still living in Chicago. I was getting ready to move and to head into art school. And I started noticing a lot of my artwork changing and creating self-portraits. At the time, I had no idea why. But if you look at this last drawing, when I look at it, I know I feel sadness. I know I feel anguish or despair. It's in the eyes. It's reflecting to me what I didn't know what was happening for me at that time. Not only was the artwork showing me things that were unconscious, but it was also helping me release and discharge anger. And charcoal does that because you have to apply pressure, right? You have to apply pressure and blend to make the colors blend and hue and change. And it's repetitive in motion. So there's a discharge that also happens, right? And so I share this with you to highlight the importance of relationship with creative media, what it can do, how it can help us release, express, right? And how we might find ourselves gravitating to certain media because something needs to release, or avoiding certain media because something needs contained. And we'll talk about that. But before we do that, I want to acknowledge my abuela. Her name is Nimpa Gonzalez de Bocanegra. And I want to acknowledge her because without her, I wouldn't be sharing the story with you. She was the one who catalyzed my work in the arts and what I do for families today, right? My path became very clear to become an expressive arts psychotherapist when she was misdiagnosed with early onset dementia in 2003. And at that time, the doctors did not know about Alzheimer's. Symptoms were there, but the doctors were confused on what exactly was happening. And so she was misdiagnosed, but she was really suffering from early onset Alzheimer's, right? And because the symptoms were not understood, she became heavily medicated while the doctors desperately tried to find a cure. This took a long time, and she continued to deteriorate. I was in art school, and I remember the day that my grandfather called me, and he asked for help. And he said, "Mija, your grandmother is different. She's not getting out of bed. She's sleeping. She's angry. She's teary. Something's wrong with her. She's changing. I don't know who she is." And he called me over and over until I decided to leave art school and move back to Chicago to take care of them for a year. And when I arrived, I found my grandmother severely depressed, confused, aggressive, rapid emotional shifting, violent, right? Our family had no idea what to do. Then it became worse. She lost the ability to speak English. Then she lost the ability to speak Spanish. Then she lost the ability to speak. So to communicate with her was very difficult. And I was at a crossroads. And so I dove into the research, and I started researching her symptoms and trying to figure out treatment methods that could help her. And in my research, there was very little data on arts therapy and dementia. And I remember one day taking out a very big medical book from the library. And at the back of the book, there was one single page that talked about art therapy and dementia. And it talked about art therapy being able to improve memory, to mitigate the stress response, to regulate emotion. And so this was the start of discovery, right? Evidence between the arts and healing, although I had already intuitively experienced it throughout my life. So I knew something was there. I tried working with my abuela, doing art therapy. It was a failure. She hated it. She ripped up the pieces of paper and she threw the pencils. That wasn't her choice of media. It made her feel worse. And then I started to remember all of the music and the singing in my family, and how much she enjoyed singing and how much she enjoyed listening to my grandfather sing to her romantic ballads. And so I started playing music, and that was it. It took off. That was her language. And we used music then to communicate with her, and she used music to communicate with us. So whenever she was sad, whenever she was happy, whenever she was afraid and confused, she would choose the music to let us know what she was feeling in that moment. Or she would choose music to lift her spirits, or we would do it for her. And to our surprise, her memory started to improve. Our relationships strengthened. We were able to regulate emotion, co-regulate with one another through music. Our lines of communication opened. It didn't cure her. She passed in 2013 and she was 82 years old. But I can tell you this. I can tell you that the last decade of her life was filled with beautiful memories of music and dance and song. And my family still tell those stories. And I'm here with you now telling you that story, right? Because it's a story of healing and hope, right? Through the arts. And it's a way, right, that my grandmother was able to come to this life and teach us there's another way to heal. right? And to help others, right? And so we're going to move on to the next slide and talk a little bit about this decolonizing of expressive arts. Because what I just shared with you was my story. There was no expressive arts psychotherapy involved, right? But it is a field, right? And so when we look at the decolonization, right, and the reclamation of expressive arts therapy, there is no indigenous word for art. It's integral to who we are. Medicine people, traditional knowledge keepers, helpers won't ask you about the symptoms or the explanation of the problem. They'll simply ask you, when did you stop dancing? When did you stop singing? When did you stop creating art and storytelling? Going to ceremony? Going to sweat? When did you stop dreaming? Why aren't you dreaming? The arts can be experienced as a holy sacred act to channel healing. They bring us to the embodied presence, right? The way I felt as a child. A deep listening to what's happening on the inside and a witnessing of what's happening on the outside as we create. This kind of neuroception or sensing of all that is. In the moment, we're met with ourselves through the reflection of what it is that we're creating. And this can be felt as a spiritual process because we are sensing into the interconnectedness of all that is. And like me, and like for many of us, it facilitates this journey of, in a way, coming home to who we are, peeling away what has been told to us or reflected to us by others, and allowing an emergence of a creation to form from our intuitive selves, right? The arts reflect to us more of who we are, and we cannot deny that or intellectualize and rationalize it. And I have clients that, yes, they do try to do that, but what's in front of them is what's in front of them. It's not going to change, right? In our clinical mental health field, much of it's informed by colonial ways of thinking, being, and healing. The emphasis is on a cognitive process, very logical, very rational. And there's pressure on evidence-based practice. I'm often asked, where's the evidence for expressive arts, right? Is it evidence-based? And I know in my own life and working with families over the last 2 decades is that the most powerful evidence is that which comes from the people, our stories, our murals, healing through the arts through generations. When we think about evidence-based practices, we see that over the last 10, 15 years, neuroscience, right, highlighted talking and verbal expression. It is helpful, it is, but it's often not enough. And so it boggles me, or I'm just confused sometimes when we still push for talk therapies, when we expect verbal expression from children who have not yet developed proper verbal processing capacities, or with traumatized children, right? Or even adults where their Broca's areas are unreachable, right? And so, again, this isn't a new way of healing. And I think Dr. Linda Chamberlain referred to that a few times. These are practices rooted in the wisdom teachings of Indigenous communities across the world. And when I say that we all are Indigenous from somewhere. We all created. We all sang, we all danced, and we stopped. We stopped. And now we're here, many of us suffering, feeling alone, lonely, confused, lost, right? But here are some very simple wisdom teachings that many in communities are yearning for and are going back and are finding themselves again. So what we're going to learn today will be more of an unlearning of a colonized healing model. We'll learn to remember and revitalize our creative language capacities. We all have the ability to create, and creations are waiting to be formed and brought alive to teach us something about ourselves and our relationships. So what does that mean for us, right? This question, when we're trying to remember and revitalize languages that don't contain words, they contain symbols and metaphors, colors, when we are drawing and checking in our waking life. And sometimes these symbols and metaphors show up in our dreams. right? Or when we're working, what does it mean for us when we're working with communities who have languages that express a particular worldview that is different than our own? Not a cultural lens, a worldview, right? A worldview is an entirely different way of understanding relationships and the world. A world that is not just comprised of us humans, but a natural world, the trees and the rivers and the animals, the star world, the universe. These are the families I work with. Their worldview encompass dreams. The dream world is just as real as our real world, the world that we can touch, right? So what does that mean for us when we're entering these worlds, these different languages, right, that are comprised in these worlds? And what if we were to learn to speak the languages of those worlds? And we learn by stepping into them, right? Taking that leap for ourselves and for our families, sensing and feeling into our bodies as we explore these worlds. Dream time. Dream time is a dream world, like the arts, is a world of deep symbolism and metaphor. And many of the families that I work with, dream time is not an option. It's real. And we start with dreams when we first start working together. And we work with dreams all the way through our relationship. And they're intertwined with the arts because they're full of image and color and symbolism. Everyone has their own beliefs and teachings of dream time. Dr. Allison Ball and Dr. Tom Ball, whom are elders and tribal relational health leaders in our community, and they're also dear friends of mine, compile traditional knowledge shared by elders to reconnect young people and their families with dream medicine for the healing of intergenerational trauma of their community. So they compile this knowledge into a heritage manual. And in the heritage manual, it is shared what dreams might mean and what we must do when they come. That we need to listen, that we need to pay attention and decipher what the dream is trying to say, because the belief is that it has its own spirit. It has its own message. Was where I come from. My family comes from the Mexica tradition. We have similar teachings. Dreams can be prophetic. They can tell us what's going to happen or what is about to happen, what's happened in a particular place if we're staying there. They contain themes of danger, safety, trauma, fears, being stuck, or sometimes they show us something that needs to come out, but it can't without our help. And these themes often show up in recurring dreams. This is what happens for my families. They show up over and over and over and over again because they have something to say and we're not listening. And it's until we listen that they stop. And then we can reach the next step and what we need to do in order to start healing. Sometimes in our dreams, our ancestors and spirit guides will show up and tell us what we need to know about ourselves or how to navigate a problem in our lives or how to navigate a problem in somebody else's lives, right? Because they're highly relational. And so I want to share with you a dream that I recently had that's important in this presentation because I feel that this dream really encompasses what the arts can do for us. This dream came to me during a time of great uncertainty and fear. I didn't know what I was doing, and I had several directions that I could go in life, but I didn't know what direction and where to go. So in this dream, I'm flying behind a blackbird, and the blackbird and I are flying across the surface of the oceans during a hurricane storm. And we both can feel the winds pushing and pulling us chaotically in all directions. We had no control over our faculties in our flight. And suddenly, we hear a voice from the left, and it says, "Come over here, come to the left. come this way. And then that voice stops and another voice comes, but it comes from the right side. And it says, come over here. No, don't go there. Come to the right. Come this direction. And then another voice, no, don't listen. Go straight ahead. Go north. And then the last voice that came said, no, turn back. Go back to where you came from. Still, the bird and I are all over the place and being moved and pushed. And then all of a sudden, the bird flies up and dives straight into the ocean and dives into the depth and the darkness of the ocean where it's quiet, where it's serene, where it's slow. And the bird knows this is the direction I need to go. I need to go deep within to the quiet, to the slow places where I can feel and listen and connect with a deeper knowing that will guide me through the storm. Okay. After the dream ended, I drew it. And oftentimes with families, when they have dreams, we will draw it, or we will role play it or act it out. And it will give us more information about what's in it for them. But I drew it with pastels. And I carry it with me as a reminder of what the healing arts are all about for me, including the dream world. The arts and dreams bring us into these reflective states that in our system, our current system, don't allow us to truly come into reflective states. We are living in a very fast-paced world, full of AI, right? Looking elsewhere for the answers, for information, and not looking here and not feeling here. And the arts do that. They connect us with other ways of knowing, with our intuition, with our wisdom that we hold and that was passed down by our ancestors that we've forgotten, right? Linda said we became too smart for our own good, right? And she's right. I feel that we've become highly intellectual species. And that's great. We've had really wonderful advancements, but almost too good, almost too advanced, where we've lost that balance of intuition, deep knowing, and intellectual knowing, right? So now we're going to bring creative experiences to our clients. How do we do that? And how do we do that holding this decolonized sense, this ancestral knowledge that, that informs the arts? And also, how do we do that in a clinical sense? Because the expressive arts psychotherapy field is a clinical field and it's an approach and it's something that I'm trained in, right? And it doesn't have to be one or the other, it can be both. So the field is called integrative expressive arts psychotherapy. And the definition is that expressive arts is a purposeful and multimodal approach, integrating art forms like dance, music, poetry, visual arts, and I'm adding dreams. That's not part of the definition, but it's part of my definition. Dreams into the therapeutic encounter. And there are several ways that we can help families engage with the arts, and several ways that for many of you who haven't experienced the arts yourselves, these are some ways you can start playing with material. Okay, I highly suggest that if you haven't used the arts with families, do it, find the time, right? And we're gonna do some of that later on today as well. So number one, we can work with the arts in sequence. So this might look like having families engage in different art forms in a deliberate order during a session or over the course of therapy. There's sometimes there can be a very careful planning in the process to meet specific therapeutic goals created by the families. Two, utilizing the art simultaneously. So we can paint while we listen to music. It deepens the experience and it also contains emotion that is coming through the work that is too much for us to regulate in the moment. The music acts as the container. We can also engage in movement while reciting poetry, right? Bringing the words to movement and bringing them alive. And that can be very, very powerful for clients. And number 3, carefully transitioning from one art form to another. So guiding families from one mode of expression to another, allowing for a deeper exploration into unconscious material or clarity into something that is really complex. So for instance, if I have a child or a parent and they're creating with visual arts, whether it be markers or paints, and they're finished with their work, I might invite them to listen for a sound or listen for music or a beat that the art makes. If it had a sound or music, what would it emit? And then to invite them to sing it or play it on instruments. I might then invite them to write or talk about their work or create poetry on it and then engage in some movement. So that's the careful transitioning from one art form to another. And I say careful because there is a pacing and a rhythm that we need to pay attention to. We do not want our families or clients to be sent into hyper-aroused or hypo-aroused states. And it's very easy to do that with the arts because they are powerful. The expressive arts therapy approach itself has theoretical underpinnings in humanistic, psychodynamic, and existential and transpersonal perspectives. And what I really like about expressive arts is that they're fluid and they're relational. So they can be weaved into other therapeutic approaches. So for many of you, if you're doing work with young children and you're trained in child parent psychotherapy, you can weave the arts into that practice. For those who are cognitive behavioral therapists, you can bring them in and find that balance between cognitive and sensory and kinesthetic experiences. IFS, internal family systems, doing parts work, art therapy can be amazing for this because each part is expressed in a different art form and they talk to each other, right? I love using this in family work and couples therapy because oftentimes we can't hear one another when we're talking and telling each other, you're not hearing me. I'm telling you this, you're not hearing me. Well, let me show you or let you listen to what I'm really telling you through a piece of music. And that person then has to take it in and feel it rather than hear it with their mind. They have to feel it with their heart, right? And that instills change. One other important piece about the field that we're going to be talking about a little bit is that the expressive arts therapy field holds expressive arts therapists to an ethical standard where we're required to maintain our own arts practice while we are facilitating expressive arts therapy. And we're required for this because it cultivates a deeper experiential knowledge, not an intellectual knowledge, an experiential knowledge of the somatic and emotional kinesthetic experiences involved when we are engaging in the arts. And it helps us consider what it might be like for families when we're holding and facilitating arts experiences with them, right? What are their ANS states like? Are they in a hyper-aroused state, hypo-aroused state? Are they open? Do they gravitate to certain material? Do they avoid certain material? All of that is information for us to be able to pay attention to so that it can form the work forward. But we wouldn't know that if we don't know what it feels like for ourselves, right? It's those nuances that we need to pay attention to. So if watercolor sends us into a sympathetic or dorsal vagal state, which often happens, but colored pencils and fine point pens finds us in ventral vagal, we might want to rethink about when would be a good time. When is a client ready to work with watercolor when they're expressing what needs expressed, when they're processing traumatic material? So our nervous system, we've learned a lot about this morning. Our nervous system responses communicate to our brain what is happening while we engage in creative work, right? And Linda so amazingly shared that with us this morning. The expressive therapies continuum is a framework that was developed by art therapist Dr. Sandra Kagan and Dr. Vija Luzbrink and Lisa Hines in 1978. And they developed it to help us understand how clients process information as they work with creative media to form images. This framework is influenced by Piaget's work of understanding human and child development, that the way we understand ourselves and our world is first through the senses, and then it's through movement, and then emotions, and then perception, and then through cognitive processes. So in the ETC model, there are 3 ways in which clients are processing information during their creative process for you to think about, right? For you to observe and track when you bring in the arts to sessions. So what do I mean about processing information? 1, how are they taking their creative process and materials into themselves? Are they taking it at the sensory level, at the perceptual level, or at the symbolic level? Right? Are they open? So for instance, are they open to certain media, but have aversion to others? So I have young children where myself, I loved colored pencils as a child, but I work with young children where the sound of colored pencils is hurts their ears. It's not friendly to their sensory system. I have parents who want to do artwork with their children, but can't handle and dysregulate at the sound of marker on paper, right? So when we're thinking about employing any kind of visual art media with a family at the very beginning, we want to know their sensory profile because the arts are highly sensory and they can either soothe our nervous system and brainstem or they can activate it, right? And it's different for each person. So number 2, how do they organize it within their body, emotions, and the brain? Meaning, what creative experiences do they need to process their work in each domain? So if you're working with someone who is very emotional, right, and they're in their craft, and they are in a very emotional or affective process, and they can't quite make meaning of it yet, we might help them. You might help them observe the work and ask, what do you see in your work? So you're asking them to perceive. What are they perceiving? What are they seeing? You've taken them from the affective, from the right side, right hemisphere of the brain, to the left side, the perceptual piece, right? And helping them think, and what are they seeing? And from this perceptual level, maybe you invite writing or verbal processing, which activates the cognitive level to help deepen their understanding of their emotional experience, their affect, and what they're perceiving, and to gain clarity and meaning of it, bringing full integration in their work. And number 3, how do they process it and express it? So which creative outlets are going to be most beneficial to them in their self-expression and processes? Again, this is different for everyone, and maybe you've felt that. Maybe you saw that in yourself in our short experiential. Is it going to be dance? Is it movement or visual arts? I have a client, and she surprised me. I was working with her just last week, and she chose, instead there was paintbrush. She wanted to use paint, and I have an abundance of paintbrushes, but she chose to use sponges instead. And she took the sponge and started to sponge the paint, right, on paper. And then she was so happy about it. And she started blending the colors. And she had this huge smile on her face. She was so relaxed, right? And then at the end, and I'm reflecting to her, right? You look so happy doing this. Do you like blending the colors? Yes, it's satisfying. That's what she said. She's 8 years old. It's so satisfying. And I like the sponge. Why do you like using the sponge instead of the paintbrushes? Because when it dries, I can run my fingers through it, the texture, and it feels good. This is important because we're just starting the work. So I know that I'm going to hold this creative strength, that she already has, that this process is naturally soothing for her, soothing her nervous system, her brainstem. And I know that if we continue doing this, it'll open up the pathways for more emotional processing later. And when she moves into those harder pieces, we can return to sponge painting, to titrate and pendulate the work. She can use that as a way to process without becoming overflooded or without getting triggered. So all of this is to say that throughout your time, when people are taking it in, your clients are organizing, they're processing it through these levels, we're closely observing and noticing their intrinsic creative language, which is then identified as expressive and communication strengths later in the therapeutic work, right? We now have strong expressive language to move forward, right? And so this particular framework acted as a springboard and inspired some of Dr. Kathy Malchiotti's work. And she's a prominent expressive arts psychotherapist in the field. And she created a framework called the regulation through expressive arts. Dr. Malchiotti talks about these methods being more body-based, which is core to this work. And in her framework, the visual arts are always present and are usually interwoven through other modalities like movement and song and music. And this framework is different from the ETC because the ETC is just visual arts based, right? Whereas Malchiotti includes various modalities, which are with the addition of ceremonies and rituals. That's something new that she added. Both of these frameworks can help us understand, where do we start with clients when I haven't facilitated arts experiences for them? These can be really helpful, right? Tools to start using for yourself and then start using for your clients. In both frameworks, we can start with the somatosensory level. What is going on in the body as the foundation? And then from here, we move clients to the other levels, like the emotional level and the thinking level. When I'm working with families with trauma, I'd like to start with the body first and work my way up, but that's not always the case. And I'll share a story about that later. We can go either way. It all depends on how settled our families are feeling to engage in these practices. And it also depends on their cultural and developmental and clinical needs. So we move in the ways that we have a cultural and therapeutic rationale for doing so. We can go another way with expressive arts, a way that I've experienced it and the way that many of my clients, my families experience. So you might have noticed that the first two frameworks are hierarchical, and that ceremony and ritual was added, but it was a separate aspect of the arts. And it played, and both of them were placed on the cognitive level from the top down. And I don't see it that way, and I don't experience it that way. So I created this framework with a more of a cultural indigenous worldview understanding of what ceremony is. And ceremony is life. We have a fundamental understanding that it is like, it is not separate. It's not separate. It's not a separate modality of the arts. It's not in a hierarchical continuum. It's when we wake up in the morning. It's when we take our first breath, right? It's when we greet our children. It's when we say goodnight and close the day out and we enter dream time. It's in our work, our learning, our plays, and everything. Many elders will say that spirit is in everything, and it is everything. And because of that, everything is holy. And because of that, life is sacred and a ceremony, right? And so this particular framework centers the arts as a sacred and ceremonial experience that restores the self and a sense of belonging to self and community. The arts can also be felt like spiral light, which is how I feel them in my own creative experiences and what I see in my clients. There's this starting from the center and then a moving out and exploring and playing, imagining, learning and growing, right? And then sometimes that movement slows down. Maybe it comes back a little bit, but that's okay. We're just coiling over and over and over, right? Until we reach the next coil. And then we reach the next coil through integration. And it's like storytelling, a story that's told over and over and over again. And the listener gains new and deeper knowledge about themselves and their relationships in the world. This is a table based on the neurodevelopment and arts therapies framework, and I often use it to kind of help me understand where I can start with clients, given their narrative, their stories, and trauma. It was inspired by the work of Lusberg, Kagan, and Malchiori, and it also carries the work of Perry's neurosequential model on brain development. And so what makes this framework a little bit different is that I've included cultural experiences and elements that embed Indigenous worldviews that align with child development and child neurodevelopment. And so you'll see over on the right side where it says therapeutic and healing experiences, that ceremony is in every developmental phase and is experienced purposefully to support the growth and the healing of the child. There are ceremonies for entering and leaving of certain developmental stages. And these ceremonies center and celebrate the internal changes of the child, their milestones, right? But not just what's happening for them, what is happening in their relationships. Their relationships are changing with their families and their communities, and their roles are changing. So those ceremonies are also celebrating entering into a new role, not for just the family and the community, but for the world. These ceremonies are relational, and the expectations they have for that child in being there and receiving love, being there for others, loving others, caring others, and receiving them. The table integrates neurodevelopmental knowledge, sensory, affective, and cognitive qualities of the arts as trauma interventions within cultural contexts and worldviews. So it's a helpful tool to reference when we're working with a family who's experienced attachment ruptures or relational trauma within the first 7 years of life, right? So for instance, if there's unprocessed attachment trauma within a parent-child dyad, we want to think about what kinds of arts experience or arts-based experiences we can engage this parent and child into that will meet them where they are and help them progress. We want to think about what will reinforce a sense of being settled in their body first and in relationship, enough to move them through the other arts-based experiences that help them with emotional repair and meaning making. So if a family we have a family in which a child experienced attachment rupture at the age of 1 with their parents, we know that there are critical functions being organized in the diencephalon, like sensory integration, attunement, regulation of the stress response. All of these areas, we know these areas have skills that have been compromised and that need attention. So we might wonder what kinds of rhythmic, repetitive, emotionally warm art experiences will support a child's neurodevelopment and strengthen the parent-child dyad. We think about the art experiences that are most meaningful to the family, that have cultural significance to them. And so maybe it's drumming. I work with Indigenous families, so that I do that a lot. Maybe they're repetitive lullabies in their language. Or maybe it's creating something with water and soil and sand, and that soothes the lower parts of the brain, right? And soothes the nervous system. Usually, when you're working within this frame, the child, and you start there, let's say we start at the midbrain, the diencephalon. The child will usually tell us when they've repaired this area of development and they're ready. They're ready to move on to the next region, because they will show us that they're gravitating and moving toward other play or art experiences, like working with puppets or creating masks, wanting to work more with paint, for emotional projection and processing, which are the critical functions that are being organized in the limbic system, right? So here we see working up for the child, and the child leads that process. So what happens when a family is referred to expressive arts therapy, or they're requesting an expressive arts therapist? So first thing we want to do is what you did with me, which is learn about your relationship with the arts. What is their relationship with the arts? How have they been a part of their life? What makes them feel alive? And what is too scary, right, to explore and to play with? So the same way that we learn about ours, what they learn about themselves. Why are they seeking this type of therapy? Usually I get about 3 top reasons. 1, talk therapy hasn't worked. 2, they're artists themselves or creatives in some way, so they feel misunderstood by the world. Or 3, the arts are fundamental to who they are as individuals and as a people, and they want to return to their ancestral ways of healing. Clients are usually really excited or really anxious to start something new like this. And so right from the beginning, I want to address safety through psychoeducation. So reinforcing, this is about expression. It's not talent. It's not art school. It's not art class. It's not about the product. It's about the process. It's about how you feel when you're creating something, when you're moving into the liminal creative space, right? And I'm going to reflect that to them, and they're going to become more aware of what's happening for them. That's the process. There's also an intentionality of the organization of the room and the materials. So the intention is to create an atmosphere that will be neurocepted as safe, as playful, right? I think Linda talked about that play is so essential for children, right? They enter their imaginative world. And without imagination, it can be really hard for us to imagine a world outside of what we're living, right? And so this place needs to be playful, a place to create and inviting and to make mess, right? To spill paint, right? Right? No right or wrong way. And you're there to hold the experience, however neat, however messy it is. Some art materials I might leave out, like structured materials, colored pencils, markers, small and medium paper is what I leave out. The rest I put away and I hide because watercolors, wash paint, clay can be too overstimulating for a child who's just entering the work, or even for a parent. So another thing that I do is provide education and coaching on how to observe and attune and respond to a child when they're creating and what they've created. So a lot of times parents will come in and they'll not knowingly will place judgment on what's created, right? They'll place value because that's what we've been taught, right? In the aesthetic experience, we've been taught that in art school and museums, it's, it has to look nice. So parents have to unlearn that, and I coach them, right? Coach them in staying curious about what is happening for their child while limiting interpretations of the work. Parents are observing their child's biomarkers of facial expressions, their body language, their emotions, as well as the metaphors in the artwork, right? And they're doing this while they're observing their own biomarkers and witnessing their child's creations. How does it make them feel? What are they thinking? And so oftentimes I'll start doing parent work with the arts first so they can know what it feels like and it can create more spaciousness and availability for them to take in their child's artwork and their experience, right, without projection. The talk area to create a little bit more safety, and this is your choice, but what I found is that when the talk area is separate from the arts area, it helps create more of a energetic or psychological boundary of safety. So there's a space to talk, which can be very safe. We're in our heads, we're not feeling. And a client then is invited to literally walk with consent to a place where they will deepen if they choose to the art table, to the play area, to the sand tray, right? But they will be invited and they can say yes or no, okay? So we're going to move into each modality and starting with dance and movement. Because dance and movement therapy can be both emotionally and physically a restorative approach, it's often seen as a form of somatic psychotherapy or sensorimotor psychotherapy. So some of the work of Peter Levine and Pat Ogden. Maggie Fern is a psychotherapist, and she focused on experiential anatomy and authentic movement. And Pablo Troccoli is a contemporary dance and somatic disciplines expert. And they both wanted to understand the relationship between sensory awareness and movement. And their research really focuses on the role of developmental movement in early life experiences. And so For dance therapists, they want dance therapists to think about a couple of things or a few things when they employ dance therapy. One, infants primarily experience the world and communicate through sensory experience, so to consider that. Two, movement and touch underpin the development of all other senses. And three, to consider before employing any dance therapy, right? To consider the sensory motor narratives from uteral to the first 2 years of life when facilitating certain dance movement interventions. And all of these considerations set the context to help us purposefully bring in relational interventions that understand the nature and timing of the trauma and how repetitive attuned movements may be brought in to create safety and reparation for that developmental phase. So what is the sensory motor narrative, right? From utero to the first 2 years of life. Many of us know this. I have 3 children. I know what it feels like in my body, right? That sensory motor narrative. Within the first trimester, pregnant people experience a relationship with their fetus. There's pattern movements, vibrations. We talked a lot about vibrations with Linda, flutters, pulsations, and then these patterns transpire into other fetal movements during gestation, like swaying and rocking and bouncing, all dependent on the physical activity of the person who's pregnant. So there's already this attunement that's happening in the biological rhythms through breathing, through the heartbeat, through movement, both in the pregnant person and the baby. And during the first 3 years of life, these rhythms then continue, right? After the baby is born, through song, voice tones, humming, patting, rocking, all of it is attuning to what they experience in utero. And this sets the context for the development of co-regulation, which we know so much about, thank you so much, Linda, in attachment relationship. But what if, right, these intrauterine biological rhythms were disrupted? And these are the families that we partner with and that we serve, because the pregnant person was highly stressed, right? Cortisol running, right, through their body, affecting the baby, because this person is navigating stressful, oppressive, violent, and unjust environments and systems, right? What then? Sorry. Oh, now I'm having issues with, with that. So what then? So we know that rhythmic, repetitive sensory and kinesthetic interventions can support co-regulation and repair attachment, especially in the early years. We know that because that's the experience of a fetus and a baby. Drumming and dance reflect that rhythmic attunement experience in infancy and in utero, right? So I do a lot of that. Right? I'm a drummer myself and I'm a dancer myself, so I'm comfortable with that modality and bringing it with families. So let me share with you my first story about a 6-year-old boy, D, First Nations boy, and he was referred to me with hyperactivity, inattention, and aggression towards his grandparents, towards his school peers, and his teachers. And he was facing school expulsion and could not find regulation in his home, in himself, outside of the home, and it was causing a lot of problems. He was raised by his grandparents after being removed by his mother at 6 months of age. And in learning more about his story, he was exposed to substance in utero, and his mother experienced IPV and community violence while he was pregnant with him. So when we first started, he was very withdrawn and became dysregulated easily by destroying the therapy room. He would shut down, he would fall into a fetal position on the couch, covered himself with a blanket for more than half of the session, or he would just leave. And so it became really clear to me that myself in the space, we weren't meeting his developmental and cultural needs, right? He was either hyper or hypo-aroused pretty quickly. So I shifted the work. I shifted to more of a culturally meaningful, sensory-based intervention outside of the office where he can find more soothing. We started drumming near a tree, and that was the turning point of our work. It was a high-pitched drum would overstimulate him, but a low-pitched drum created calm and connection for him. And together with his grandmother, we used rhythm to foster emotional attunement. Grandma mirrored his drumming affect. So if he was sad, he would drum soft and slow. Grandma would mirror. Loud and hard for anger. Grandma would mirror. And so Dee was getting all of this attunement without words, vibrational, repetitive sound attunement that was helping his nervous system calm and his brainstem calm and regulate. So this all laid the foundation for later relational and verbal arts work, right? Drumming also became a ritual to help with transitions for him. He had a hard time with transitions. And so he started to incorporate more synchronized movement, started to incorporate more of his songs, his traditional songs, which was huge because when he first started seeing me, his physiology was completely out of sync. He was very accident prone and just kind of all over the place, and his midline was weak. So his physiology started to improve through the rhythm, through senses, through movement, and his symptoms started to decrease, right? And that opened up pathways for us to be able to start relating emotionally and start attaching to his grandmother. Dee didn't tell his story, right, through verbal words so much. He found a way of telling his story, relating to his grandmother, feeling safe with her, and telling his story through symbols in something called a flip book. And so he created a book of his, when he was removed from his mother, missing his mother, and accepting his grandmother and his love for her, right? And so he told his story, and in that, he was able to find coherence. He was able to find meaning making through these sensory, kinesthetic, and verbal ways of telling his story. I'm looking at the time. Okay. So now we're going to go into rhythm, sound, and music therapy. And so, in a lot of this research, we see that the basis of prenatal attachment really starts forming through the sound or sound at 23 weeks of gestation. The fetus hears the intonation and the timbres of parent voices. The baby recognizes these voices after birth. And it is this with this understanding that I often use music and the sound of parents' voices to facilitate interaction of rhythm and musicality to repair attachment. So this creates moments of attunement. It facilitates healing in the parent-child dyad through song, either with the parent singing or me singing with the parent or playing a song on a device. And so I often will bring music into assessments as well. So I'll bring shakers or a drum, and I want to observe what happens in the relationship when I ask parents to follow the drum or the tune of the child. Can they attune, or is there a misattunement, and what happens for the child? What happens when I ask the child to follow the parent's musicality? Are they able to do that? Do they shut down? All of that gives us information, right, about what is happening in the relationship, the neurobiological processes in that attachment relationship, and how will that inform the treatment planning and the work forward. In conversation with an elder from the Kalispell tribe in Spokane, he's no longer with us. He passed not too long ago, but he shared with me so much of his traditional knowledge so generously around music and singing and song. And he shared with us the importance of singing and humming for babies and children, to sing and hum while a child is in the womb, that the mother needs to sing to help her babies feel better, right? These are simple wisdom teachings that now we have neuroscience around. And in 2018, the music therapy and trauma article by Stephen Porges and Rossetti, they reflected some research. And in that research, they wanted to understand the impacts of certain frequencies in music on infants and children. And they talked about the frequency band of perceptual advantage, which is a specific bandwidth located in our middle ear structures, where all mammals have that bandwidth. And its range is specifically tuned to detect calming, friendly voices to help us feel safe and connected. So when a lullaby is sung to a child, it plays a huge role in helping parents and children communicate and bond, right? And so the younger the child, if we are in the early stages of therapy, I'll keep music very simple. Egg shakers, song, lullaby, small drum, maybe a kalimba or a steel tongue drum, and it'll be slow. and it'll be rhythmic. Maybe a xylophone, also paying attention to the biomarkers. Is the physiology getting more rigid? If so, it's too overstimulating, maybe bringing something with a deeper tone. Other musical instruments, I tend not to bring in right away, like the flute, because I've experienced it to be a little bit too overstimulating for babies under the age of 1, right? It's just too high pitched for them. So hyperprosodic vocalizations, right? Those are songs that have more of a parentese tone. So one of the traditional Mexican lullaby songs that a lot of my family sing to their children is something called Ru Ru Ru. Let me take a drink of water so I can sing it for you. So it sounds like this. Ru, 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 ru. Right, so there's that, again, that repetitive rhythmic tone that is hyperprosodic, right? These vocalizations have been found to activate the parasympathetic nervous system and lower cortisol levels and connects the family with their social engagement system, right? Lullabies that focus on emotional warmth, right? So the acoustic features and emotional impacts of lullabies convey words of tending to the wound, creating safety in the body, which allow for co-regulation to happen while singing the song. So I don't like singing songs that babies are harmed. One of them is Rockabye Baby. So I stay away from that song, even though it sounds nice, it's not. And a lot of parents will go to that song. So it's really about mom, dad, grandparents, aunts, uncles, who sang to you? What songs do you remember? Right? Would you like to learn some of your traditional songs and then bring them right into the space? I think we're running out of time. We have what, 10 more minutes, is it? Is it 2 o'clock? I don't see the timer. So 6 more minutes. So songs are sometimes passed down through the generations as a way to preserve that love and that resiliency, right? Trauma. There we go. Trauma disconnects and ruptures love and resiliency in family lineage. I work specifically with migrant families where parents and children have experienced separation during migration. And so some of the resilience songs that were remembered and sung have become forgotten and lost. The work then becomes the remembrance, right, of these songs. And so I had a family, a mother and child who came to me. She was 7 years old, we'll call her Jay. And they were separated at the border. And Jay was about 1.5 years old. And after that happened, Jay's sleeping was disrupted. She had all sorts of sleeping problems, feeding problems, digestive problems. And the attachment between her and her mother was really disrupted because mom, she fell out of sync with her child. She didn't know what was happening, right? And she didn't know how to help her. And so what happened is now Jay is 7 years old. She's aggressive. She is running away from home. The family is CPS involved, right? And so a lot of our work became how to help Jay and her mom begin to see each other, right, through the arts. We did an art therapy assessment where we were trying to do some mirroring work and it didn't work. Jay became very aggressive. She threw the art materials across the room. She flipped over the table and I couldn't do that. I couldn't do that work. So I started doing more work with mom on somatic mirroring so she can tell her story and so she can make more space inside herself to be able to make space for her daughter. What we ended up doing was one day I was sitting with them in their home on the floor and mom was going through a photo album of her daughter. And she found one photo where she says, oh, I remember this photo. And I remember singing to my daughter this song, right? And I asked mom in that moment, I said, oh, do you remember that song? And she said, yeah. And that's a port of entry, right? So you might want to say something like, what would it be like if we actually sang this song to your daughter? And that's what I asked her, and she did, right? Jay wanted her mom away from her, far away from her. When we first started, she wanted her dead. And when she sang this song, her daughter came close to her and looked at her in the eyes for the first time, right? She asked for a hug. Mom started to sing the song and she started to sob. And from singing, she started to tell the story about what happened during their separation and how sad she was and how upset she was. And she apologized to her daughter for that. And the song allowed for a healing to happen, right? That they both longed for and couldn't get to. And this is the song, and I'll play it quickly, that Mom sang to her.
Una para el niño y otra para
I don't know if you can
Dios.
hear it.
Salaruru niño, alaruru ya. Duérmase mi niño, duérmase mi ya.
Yeah.
Señora Santana,
We'll move on because I'm
porque
not sure how to
llora el
unmute it, Victoria.
niño por una
Well, it was a
manzana
beautiful song,
que se
and
le
I
ha
hope to be able to share it
perdido.
with you at some other point. So, art therapy. This activates the sensory and affective level. I'm going to keep going because we're looking at the time here. But I want to share with you the psychology of the materials of art therapy. As expressive therapists, we need to learn the psychology of materials, meaning that each medium has the potential to evoke stimulation and emotional responses from clients or help contain emotional responses. So we want to communicate to families the benefits and the risks, right, while using these materials. This is the media dimension variables, and it was inspired by the ETC framework. And both Kagan and Loosbrink categorized 2D and 3D media on a continuum, from resistive to fluid, from cognitive to affective. The more fluid the media, the less control and the more affect can be experienced. The more resistive the media, the easier it is to control, and the less affect is felt, and the more cognition that is elicited. So if we look at the middle here, there's markers, and if we move to chalk and watercolor, all of those medias can elicit different ranges and volumes of affect. If we start from the markers and move to more resistive media like colored pencils or clay and wood and sculpture, again, they elicit different levels of cognitive responses. So I like this framework because it guides us on how to use materials purposefully, right? Given the ENS states of our clients and their attachment strategies. If there is attachment rupture or relational trauma in the diet, I will not start with expressive, unstructured, and fluid materials because it evokes emotions, right? And the dial will need sensitivity and attunement from myself to the parent and the parent to the child. And they're most likely not ready for that. There was a study in the Journal of American Art Therapy Association in 2017, and they found that attachment strategies played a significant role in the choice of media. Those with avoidant or anxious and ambivalent attachment strategies experience more negative feelings towards media that evoked emotions, like oil pastels and wash paint. And the fluid media evoke discomfort because there's a lack of control and predictability, right? The two experiences that we know children feel in chaotic and traumatic environments, right? So it mirrors to them that same feeling. Keep going. Going into drama therapy. So drama therapy is something that I witnessed to be very powerful. So professionally and personally. And so I won't usually bring it in until like maybe the mid or the late stages of therapy, right? Or waiting for, I might just see what my client is ready for. It can be really unpredictable. It's really spontaneous because it's improvisational and it's embodied role play. So I use these techniques later on. And it's important to continuously track our clients to see, can they, if they step into a role or an embodiment, can they roll out, right? Can they emotionally distance from their role and go back to grounding and resourcing after a role? So those are the things you want to see and check to see if they're ready to do some drama, right? Some drama therapy. Mirroring and sculpting role plays are the most powerful types of therapy interventions. And so I'll often use a scribble chased warm-up exercise before I go into mirroring exercises. And so the mirroring or the scribble chase essentially is having a parent and child choose different color markers. The child leads the scribble and the parent follows. And the parent or the child is instructed to begin scribbling slowly, right? So that their parent can scribble with them and follow their scribble to catch up. And then sometimes I'll say, well, let's just go a little bit faster and we can kind of play with pacing and rhythm. And what often happens is that it's very playful for the dyad. They love it. They're laughing. They're enjoying themselves. And it also exposes certain parent-child dynamics. So usually there's a playfulness, right? But at times it could trigger trauma responses. Children can shut down or would activate a flight response in children. The majority of time when I'm employing this particular intervention, it's very positive. There was one time in my career, in my practice, where it went awry. And it was with a 6-year-old boy who had early relational trauma with their parents. He was adopted by another family who were very loving, very attuned. And we had this 6-year-old boy, B, and his adoptive father engage in this intervention. And father was just very aware. He was very attuned. He attuned and followed his scribble to the T. But what happened was when that happened, B ran to the other side of the room and went into fetal position in the corner and looked at us with terror. And when we processed it, what happened, it turns out that B was attuned and he was seen, but he was seen only when as a precursor to severe abuse and sexual abuse, right? So he associated the two, right? So we needed to move out of attunement and do more projective work with doll play and puppets, right? So that's just an example of how this can go for families sometimes. If the scribble chase goes well, I might deepen the experience for families. We can go into a family structure and a family sculpture. And so oftentimes parents will come disconnected from their own emotions, or they've learned how to numb or just dismiss their emotions for their own survival. And so it can be really hard for them to identify what's happening for themselves and what's happening for their children. So in a drama therapy intervention, children, I would often invite them to literally sculpt the bodies of their parents to mirror what the child is feeling or trying to communicate with permission, right? I try to sculpt parents in parent-only sessions to help them embody different emotions, and then maybe in a family session, invite the children to do that as well. And that can lead to more understanding of what the child is going through for the parent. And last is storytelling, very last modality. And this intervention we would choose assuming that other interventions have already targeted the lower brain regions and that the development of previous systems in the sequence had not been compromised. Stories innately provide a safe container for emotional material. And so I'll often witness children writing a story through the container of another character. So the wolf cub is the one who was abandoned by her wolf mother, and so on and so forth. When we tell a story, it helps develop the links between the lower limbic system and the higher structures of the cortical brain. And this linkage increases more communication and integration of the brain. And that's what we want to see, right? Storytelling can also be nonverbal, like in the case of Dee and his grandmother. But the goal essentially is to connect the sensory, the limbic, and the cortical regions, bringing integration. And so my last story of our time together is with a young woman that I worked with. Em and I worked together for 2 years. She came to me with a diagnosis of anorexia and bulimia and anxiety. And at the end of our work together, she wrote a book and she published it. And it reflected her processes in expressive arts. I observed her healing process to truly be spiral-like. It began with structured pencil, hard to find lines, then more complex imagery through externalization of parts work, then explored more sensory affective material of charcoal, pencils and blending. And then she would pendulate between structured, expressive, and unstructured materials depending on her window of capacity, right? And so later on in our work, she started to integrate role play and movement into her artwork. And here is her story. The first was January 2018. My body had always felt like a rather stranger place to exist. I couldn't see myself clearly and I felt distortion. I began to feel my inner body for the first time. It was painful and overwhelming, and I wanted to exist anywhere else except within myself. And as we follow the spiral, we go into subselves. I did my best to manage the turbulence of my inner world. I was fascinated and alarmed by the fragmentation of my psyche and the many subselves that needed to be seen and heard. Through journaling and reflecting on my drawings, little by little, I found aspects of myself that were buried during the first 7 years of life. Moving along the spiral, incoming, I began to allow, feel, and release emotions that were subdued in what felt like a volcano about to erupt. Still moving, fearful, lost. Damage was caused by fear, control, sexism, patriarchy, and anger. This led to decades of suppressed emotions, survival mode early in my childhood. I'm in physical pain. I am helpless. I expressed emotion and my father beat me. My soul left my body. I froze. And her last page is movement and drama. I learned that authentic emotional expression was no longer threatening. I remembered how to be a human being by remembering how to feel. The art of practicing and acting my emotions allowed me to stay present and grounded enough to write a book about my experience. I needed to see the beauty in the complete embodiment of emotions while staying aware of the experience. They are sacred and are honored. I was seen for who I was, all parts of me. I wanted to create change in myself by saving myself. I felt like I somehow saved the world. And with that, I leave you a teaching, and we're done for this presentation. And then we move into Q&A, I believe. And so I leave you with a traditional teaching that's shared with me by my teacher and mentor, Adrian Coscoat. It's a Mayan teaching. They say, imagine you are a jungle and imagine it starts to rain. And then you pay attention to one single drop of rain and it hits one leaf and it travels down and hangs at the tip of that leaf. Once it cannot hold on anymore, it drops to another leaf. And the same thing happens. It cannot hold on anymore and it drops to the next leaf. And so on and so on and so on. It's the same droplet of rain. However, it's moving through different leaves. So the question is then for all of you, is it the same drop of rain or has it changed? And does it stop? When does it stop? The answer is, it has changed. It's not the same drop of rain, and it never stops. And so the teaching is that each and every single one of you is a single drop of rain. You are that single drop of rain. You came from a gigantic cycle that has been here for a long time, and you're here to travel among the leaves until you reach the soil. You evaporate, you become the rain, you fall down again, down the leaves, changing again and again, and rise up. Rise up. Shipitot is a Nahuatl term that means the act of something ever changing, always. Art activates and facilitates our interoceptive pathways to our deepest hidden experiences and truths. this is where Shibito lives, where change begins and continues, right? So how can you practically allow yourselves to open to change through creativity? Well, we're doing it now. Maybe you decide to have a mini dance party at your house with your children. Maybe you set up a permanent creative small space in your home and you make spontaneous art. Maybe you swap out a dinner for a poetry slam on a date with your spouse. Maybe you cook a dish you never cooked before. Maybe you doodle and weave and crochet during meetings during this forum. Maybe you sing in the shower. Maybe you start dreaming again. Whatever it is, your creativity will set you on a path that's meant for you. From there, you will walk with families and children on the paths meant for them until they walk it without you, like the raindrop. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Abigail. That leads us actually into a theme of a question that we've gotten from several people, which is for those of us who are not trained in expressive art therapy, what are the safe ways we can introduce arts into our practice? Where might we start?
Well, you already started today, right? At the beginning. But to start, to keep going, right, is to play. I think I said earlier today, there is no wrong or right way to create. Maybe you want to head to the local art store. Maybe you want to borrow an instrument. Maybe you want to pick up a book on poetry. It all depends, right, on you and what you gravitate to. I can tell you that there's all these things, right, that you can explore and play with, but that's me telling you. The arts come from here. And so if you find quiet moments, right, quiet moments of deep reflection, meditation, breath work, right, or even just start by coloring, doodling, right, that will innately start to open up something in you, right, that's been closed. And that's the path to follow. It'll take you to other forms of expression that'll surprise you. And I think the real work is allowing ourselves to be surprised, right, by what we engage in, allowing ourselves to be taught by this particular experience, by the arts, right? There's no controlling it. The more we control it, the more we find stress in it. But if we just allow ourselves to play and explore, that's a good place to start, right? And then follow wherever it leads you and just see.
Thanks. I think that sort of leads into this next question, which is for those parents and families who weren't raised with a lot of music and art or other cultural ceremonies growing up, what are your recommendations for connecting them to this creative and expressive therapy?
Well, you're talking about, well, I'm hearing it as two different things. One, the arts and the other ceremony, right? There are ceremonies that contain music, that have music and art and song embedded in the ceremonies. So if a family grows up or is a part of a community that has ceremonies that contain these elements, usually what I do or what other elders have told me to do was to connect them with people that are knowledge keepers, connect them with other knowledge keepers, connect them with community members who are holders of this information to be able to start stewarding this relationship so they can start reconnecting to their ways, especially if it's a family that is of a different cultural tradition than my own, right? I don't want to say go here, go there. I want to connect with the community and find out who is there to be able to steward this family back to their traditional ways, right? With the arts, and just bringing it more clinically into a session, I always just invite, right? I provide lots of education at the beginning of our time together. This is what I do. this is the kind of therapy that you might experience, which is different. I might invite you to play a musical instrument. I might invite you to draw with markers, to recite poetry with me. How do you feel about that? Right? Talk about that, and gently invite them into the experience, but first from a cognitive place, because that's the safest place. And then I just continue on. If they choose to work with me, something in them is telling them they want this, they need this, right? And so I gently provide opportunities for them to dabble into different kinds of arts experiences, but starting with structured materials, starting with colored pencils, markers, small pieces of paper, because it's containing and it's safe. And then I track and see, are they ready for bigger work? Are they ready for poetry? Are they ready for drama? And I invite them. I hope that answers the question.
Thank you. I think we have a chance for one more question. This one is more logistical, I think, which is several people have asked if we're interested in learning more about expressive art therapy. Are there any resources that you would recommend or any programs that they should check out?
Yes, so along with the resources that Linda will be sharing, I'll be sharing resources as well that can be sent out in the email in the week to come. And so I can send out books, programs, and other resources, websites that they can learn more about. And there's even programs that provide certification. So I have my degree, my master's degree in expressive arts therapy, but there are programs that just provide certification so that people feel more comfortable at integrating the arts into their practice.
Great. Thank you so much, Abigail. Really appreciate it. And thank you all to asked all those great questions. I'm sorry we weren't able to get to all of them, but I really appreciate you all putting them in the Q&A.
Abigail, wow. It's interesting with everything that you shared. So beautiful, so fascinating. And yet somehow I'm feeling really serene. And I bet a lot of other folks out there too. And I think there's this feeling of, we want to learn more. I'm not a therapist, and still so absolutely fascinating, right? And it took me back to my childhood. I started remembering the songs of my dad, the songs that my dad used to sing to us in the car. So maybe that's why I'm feeling so serene. I got taken back to childhood, that magical, in some ways far away, but never really far away, right? It's like we still dream as we did as kids. So thank you so much. And thank you from all of us. You can't see everyone, but so much gratitude to you. I think we are going to have some time for discussion. And I can't tell when we're all on camera together. I know that Ben Danielson won't be able to join us. And so he sends his regrets, but it's going to be Linda and you and myself. And any questions there's questions that are still being filtered to me. But again, huge appreciation to both of you, the bright light and that you're shedding for us today and in your teachings. Linda, do you want to come off mute?
Hello again.
Yeah, I just have to read some of the chats. One thing that you can't see, it says, so beautiful. Thank you for sharing. I always knew art was good in the therapeutic setting, but wasn't sure why. Right? Art is mysterious. Art, I learned from you, reveals what's hidden, and always speaks the truth. And I know when I got to play in your workshop, it was, I still have that art, and I've saved it, and it was great because it's not something that I get to do very often, and I want to make it more of a practice. So Yep, thank you, sis. Thank you so much for offering so many new ideas and considerations to engage intuition. Linda, I saw you pretty wrapped in attention and writing. Anything for Abigail or any reflections that you want to share?
It's just something I was thinking about relative to, and yes, very, it was just excited and thoroughly and engaged in what you were sharing, Abigail. And I was, relative to the last question and thinking about your grandmother and just relative to what's happening now with polyvagal music, for example, where intentionally embedding rhythms of the body, body signals like because really everything in the body has a rhythm, circulation, breath, so forth. Abigail, I think it was you who said to me that rhythm is life, and that's so true. And my big picture of what I was thinking about this too is it's just never too late. And I thought about that relative to your grandmother and what music meant translationally for her as her brain was changing, and then relative to what we're talking about with therapy with children, and also what's happening in terms of polyvagal music and how that's being applied to not trauma, but lots of other areas as well, from, Parkinson's to autism and so forth. And then myself with my accordion, the ultimate perhaps nerd instrument that I decided to try to start learning in my 60s. And so that's why the never too late came to mind. But rhythm, I don't come from a musical family, and the finding how soothing, healing rhythm can be, and so many ways to get there. So thank you.
Yeah. Oh, thank you, Linda. Yeah.
One thing that I wanted to ask both of you, Linda, we talked before when we met in a group last week, before we talked about awe, we talked about wonder. And I know that, nature can produce that sense of tremendous awe. Music, arts, religion. You also mentioned, Linda, that really imagination is critical to healing. Is there a connection there? And can you guys speak to that, the awe and wonder and what it does for us? I mean, I have a feeling it releases chemicals, right? Like probably dopamine and oxygen. We're talking about the big awe.
We'll probably have different perspectives on this, so that'll be great.
Exactly.
I'll be swift in what I have to say there. And you had a number of things wound in there, and you mentioned something that I didn't get to mention earlier, and I think woven throughout the workshop that you just did, Abigail. But nature is key, and one of the things that I'm stressing around the Museum of Courage that I mentioned, design that'll be in the Presidio in San Francisco, is how do you bring nature in? And there, it's interesting because there were architects like Frank Lloyd Wright who very much thought that way, but because it is soothing to the nervous system. It is, yes, there's the motion of when we take a walk and such, but nature in and of itself, it's that feet on the earth, it's that connection. And the fact that you were just bringing into this, that nature is awe-inspiring, and it doesn't have to be the volcano or the aurora borealis. It's that little thing that we might be going by every day and not noticing, and that sensation, that focus, pause. When we look at the awe formula, so to speak, I mean, a couple of great books, written on awe and the awe practice, that 15-second, micro dose or glimmer, as Deb Dana would call it, A for attention, W for wait, X for exhale, because it's extending the exhale physiologically that soothes the nervous system, that talks to the vagus nerve. So that intentional breath with a little bit longer exhale, whether you count it or just feel it. And with that, we expand. And that's all there's the awe essence of awe, and then there's the physiological aspects of it. And Abigail, what do you say?
Oh gosh. I mean, that's all, I mean, you're so knowledgeable, Linda, about what's happening in the body, what happens in the body when we're connected to the earth like that. And, I think a couple of things come to mind. And, one, because of my background and because of how I work and with who I work, there's just this belief that we have this symbiotic relationship with the earth, right? And there's this belief that we're not just part of the earth, but that we are the earth, right? And that we're made of the chemicals and the elements that the earth contains, as well as the stars. So there is no misconnection, right? And or separateness. And so when we're spending, time on earth, at least how I experience it, and sometimes I bring in ecotherapy and I take my clients out into the mountains and to rivers, and they'll experience that connection in a way that sometimes is even stronger than the connection they feel with people, especially if trauma was at the hands of people. And it's just so hard, right, to feel settled and connected with others. But when they're connected with a river or with a cedar tree, or they're barefoot on the ground, there's a particular kind of holding that they feel, almost like a holding of a mother, right? And a nurturing that they receive. And that's the kind of awe that I see and feel in people when we're out there connecting. And of course, Linda, she talks about the science, and doing this work, I've had to do my own education on what exactly happens, how this belief that we have a symbiotic relationship and that our health is intertwined with the earth, what exactly is happening in our health. And I know that there are, many of us know that there are electromagnetic impulses in the earth. And so when we are barefoot on the earth, they come up into our body. And there are studies that inflammation is decreased by connecting regularly with the earth in that way, right? The cortisol levels decrease, and there's a certain amount of time without out devices that we spend outdoors, really connecting and not being distracted, but being present, that does bring about awe, right? And that's the reset of the cortex, right? It completely resets. I think it's maybe about 1 to 3 days spending out camping or disconnecting, going out into the wilderness, and people feeling completely renewed, right? And so there is that piece, of course, that's science. And some people just feel that natural connection and that healing with the earth, or did before and are now returning to it, right? And so that's just kind of some of the things that I've experienced with my clients and also with myself.
Yeah, I think about Japanese and that whole nature bathing, forest bathing, that feeling. And you mentioned, it's interesting, 1 to 2 days or 1 to 3 days just now. I think sometimes when I'm out and if I just even see the stars for 5 minutes, that just the stars, we don't get to see that so often in Seattle because it's cloudy, but or walking in the park, how my problems seem so small and and I feel that healing, because somehow I'm connecting to the vastness, right? The mysteries. And obviously we know that there's a science to it, but as a layperson, it's really healing. And I've heard that over and over again. Here's a question. We talked about shifts. We talked about those little changes during the day where we can go from feeling small to that more expansive feeling, to that more open-hearted feeling, to seeing many possibilities from that tunnel vision and not being able to see. I'm wondering, on a personal level, what practices do you have to get to that open-hearted wisdom, to get to that place of possibility? Is there some regular practice, or is there something that you've noticed, both of you have noticed over time?
You know, it starts with, for me, knowing where I'm at, because that's gonna kind of, we can be, you know, matching, we can line up a bit what we need or want need to do for ourselves, depending on where we are in our body and mind, and just seeing how we feel. So that's kind of just a bigger picture here, because if I'm feeling kind of disconnected, zoned out, numbed out, that more in that immobilized area, then it might be something small I do with movement and such, just to help my self start shifting. And I'm very when we were talking a little bit about movement before and stuff, I mean, there are just lots of small ways to move. And I was doing it while I was sitting here, because 45 minutes is kind of a cutoff for the, you know, the brain kind of checking out. But like starfish hands, you know, tension, going tight with the fingers, then starfish and back, and we can give it names for kids, but for myself, I call this starfish, or, you know, jazz hand, you know, just you know, little kind of movements like that. But if I am feeling stressed, something's you know, not working for me or going right, and I'm more in sensing agitation or being in that mobilized, it's an area that a lot of people don't understand, that when adult or child is feeling that way, that energy needs to be dispelled. And so when we're feeling that way, but restrained, told we have to stay still, don't move and such, that makes a bigger problem. So, you know, that can be, you know, as simple as moving the eyes, and think about eye movement desensitization and reprocessing, you know, for post-traumatic, for PTSD and such. Those little movements can mean a lot, but I might want, you know, bigger movement if I'm really, if that energy in has to come out. This is the challenge with social media and gaming and such, and neurologists are writing about this. So it's not just from a polyvagal perspective. And then I'll just say one more thing and stop. I'm a tapper. I didn't mention that this morning, but you can bet before an, you know, big event like this, you look for me 15 minutes ahead, I'll be off somewhere tapping. I'm a huge believer in emotional freedom technique, but it doesn't have to be. Resource tapping is another way. Connecting. I mean, there's a lot of things with that. There's a safe touch. There is a vibration when that occurs. When you're doing that, it's just making a connection that you can feel through. And just as an aside, doesn't have to be, but there's a heck of a lot of science about it too. So there you go.
Thank you.
Thank you, Linda. So many, I love all of your like just on the go techniques, you know, to bring us back into the present moment, especially when we're living such busy lives and such fast lives. And, you know, when you asked that question, Victoria, I was brought back to um, you know, the time where I felt like when I was sharing about the arts and my worry of, oh, where are we on time? And feeling myself getting more fast paced in my words and moving through the slides. And, this is something that we experience all the time. Something that I experience all the time, the rush, right? And the deadlines and the time constraints, right? And when I think about rhythm, I love this forum. And this forum takes place in a world where there are time constraints and it's outside of our natural rhythms of how we live a healthy, balanced, regulated life, right? And then we're pushed, right, over our limits. And so when I think about your question, this tunnel vision, that's what happens. Trauma is tunnel vision. Stress is tunnel vision. It's fast, right? And we don't have time to sense into our bodies. And so for me, um, you know, there's a certain amount, I guess, maybe of resistance that I practice and having self-compassion around some of the resistance, the common terminology that is, you know, communicated around rest is resistance. Ben talked about that a lot, that pause, that rest. And it's hard to do that when we are constantly told to produce and to go and you're on time. You're on a limited amount of time. And so for me, what I've done is really resist that as much as I can by giving myself the permission and that self-compassion that you were talking about, Linda, earlier. That self-compassion, when I give myself permission to pause and to sense in my body and also to sense my surroundings, especially when I'm in back-to-back virtual meetings and sessions, I make it a priority to sense my body while I'm outside, to leave my home, to leave my office and stand by a tree, look at the sky, feel the sun on my face and breathe, right? Notice what's around me. Are there birds? Are there squirrels? I live in a wooded area, so, are there deer, right, that are coming by? And, what do I feel like in my body when I see that, when I see life, right? And I try to make that a regular practice, even if it's 1 minute. Sometimes I'm outside for 1 minute, right? But it's enough for me to sense in my body, to sense in my environment, and then to build those neural pathways. So the more that I do that, I've been finding that it's easier for me to drop in and to not give into the fast pace, right, hustle and bustle of this illusion that we need to do these things at all times at the expense of our health, of our heart, of our life, our humanness, our spirituality, right? The way our ability to connect. If I'm in that place all the time, what am I doing? Why am I in this field? Right? So it's a real paradigm shift that I had to make. I think it happened with my third daughter being born, right? That I was forced. I had to really slow down so that I could be there for those that I'm serving and for my family, right? Otherwise, we get sick, right? Victoria, sorry.
No, I mentioned before that I started thinking about my childhood. And some of you know that I grew up in Japan. And Abigail, you and I have talked about this, how there's an expression, and we use it all the time in Japan. It's kibun tenkan. Kibun tenkan is it's not a practice per se, but actually it is. It means changing or shifting to a positive energy. to a positive place. And people say this all the time to each other in Japan, you know, I'm going to go take a walk because kibun tenkan. I'm going to light a candle, kibun tenkan. And I realized that that's just part of that shifting states. And it's that intentionality that Linda's talked about too, to be able to shift states. And that we sometimes don't have to make a big deal out of a practice. It's just there, and it's that noticing and that awareness when we have to, if we're paying attention to what's happening here, to make that shift. Yeah.
Not paying attention.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a phrase that I feel like, you know, we need to ask ourselves more. Are we paying attention? You know, are we seeing what's really happening? And we're not. You know, Linda, you talked about, you know, just some neuroscientists, I think it was neuroscientists and, you know, those in the medical field researching, you know, just the effects of screen device usage. And a lot of our children are not paying attention, you know, to what's happening here, what's happening on the outside. We're not paying attention. There are fires in California. We're in a political crisis. We're not paying attention, right? And, you know, paying attention to me also, it has a different definition. And I think that's something that I shared earlier. It's a big part of my life, and it's the dream. It's the dream world. There's a paying attention that we're doing right now in this forum. Everyone here, you're all paying attention. We're paying attention. And there's a paying attention that we can also do when we're sleeping, right? And when we're receiving information, right? Are we going to ignore, or are we going to pay attention? And there's an integration, right? There's like a connectedness that we feel with both those worlds that gives us more of a feeling of we know what to do. We know where to go. This is a priority. I need to listen and pay attention, even if I don't like it, even if I feel like I don't have the time for it.
Once heard somebody refer to the dreaming world as night school. What did you learn in night school? And I thought that was really great. We are getting questions that we're not going to be able to answer, but I want to just share them because these are big questions, and it kind of harkens back to what Ben was talking about. I loved how he went to the darkness, because in the last few days, I think we are feeling this big wave, right? A big wave, lots of news, you just feel we're worried about children and young people and families, especially those who are marginalized, and concerned for them. We're wanting to make sure that we're regulated, so we can kind of put on the mask first, being able to help and serve the best way that we can, our family and our clients. So one of the questions that I loved how it's phrased: how do we keep ourselves regulated when it feels like the world is dysregulating? Right? So we're not going to answer that now, but I just thought it was really well phrased. You know, what are we doing? How do we keep despair at bay? Right? So we can best serve children and families. But that was another thing that came from our team that I thought was really important. But I would love to end on a really kind of hopeful note. And I'd love to ask you, Abigail and Linda, what are you seeing that's, you know, we so often hear what's not working. We hear what's wrong. And I would love to hear from you any stories that you would like to share of something that is giving you hope, that might be a story about a person or an initiative or something that you're involved in that's going well. And can I just jump in and interrupt myself and you guys first? The reason I ask this because it goes back to that feeling of community, right? We know that the way out of this is together. Like we've said that in different ways throughout the day. And I thought about, and I'm just going to share, this was personal, it's for our team too. I think that after the election, many people were feeling overwhelmed, and whatever word you want to use, dismayed. And I was with everybody else, kind of went to that place of not wanting to deal, right? Like, I want to hibernate. I don't want to deal with this. I don't know how to think about this. And we did something that had been planned before, but after a week later, we brought together our agency partners, those folks that we had partnered with in granting, et cetera. So folks really working directly with children, youth, and families. And we brought them together over several days, just different groups, 1 hour at a time, just over lunch. And the agenda was really simple, super loose. And that was, let's gather together virtually and see how we're all doing. Let's each one of us, each organization, share the work that they're excited about right now with kids and families. And let's just share. And what happened was wonderful. I mean, it was sharing of resources and stories, et cetera. But that brought us out, that brought me out of that hanging out on the balcony only. Like, there was now purpose, there was action, there was that rising. And I can't wait to do that again, to connect with people and seeing what the convening, the coming together and the sharing of stories. And there were stories of concern and worry and fear, but it was amazing to hear the stories of all the good work that's being done out there. That was really uplifting. And I think that I've answered kind of my own question of what keeps despair at bay, right? Like that togetherness. Wondering about you folks. Thanks for letting me interrupt.
Linda?
Big picture, thank you, Abigail, for me is just, I think we're learning more and more that a little can mean a lot in this work. That just some of this little things that we're talking about, they create a big shift for the nervous system, for ourselves, for our ability to connect, and an openness, a growing openness towards this work. And I when I think about a specific thing that happened this fall, I got a call from a school district above the Arctic Circle. It excited me, and they serve a lot of remote villages. I'm seeing more and more of the leadership coming from the communities in the school district, which is just a wonderful thing. And what were we doing for, it was like 2-quarter day in service? We were doing this. They and the questions, that's so telling in terms of what's coming across and what makes sense, and how, and then hearing the examples of what people are doing and where they're taking this work and their ideas of how they're adapting it, integrating it, and making it real, and the traditions and that make sense to them. And I was kind of blown away too, because they were saying back to me, like someone I didn't mention this morning, that I think her work is a real game changer in the educational system, is Dr. Lori DeSotes. And you'll see her referenced in the slides and resources and such. And talking about what does she start with, the questions to start with when, students really struggling, when things are going sideways, what do you need? And
Victoria, back to what, what do I do with myself, as well? I ask that question of myself now. Just, as a starting point, what do I need in this moment to be okay, to make that, or that you were talking about positive shift and such? How do we make this better? How can I help? And I see it happening in places that give me great hope. Thank you.
Yeah, when I hear you speak, Linda, it kind of brings me just down to relationships, right? When I hear you speak, it's relationships, the relationships that we have here, relationships that people are cultivating, on the forum and the chat. And, I think about how relationships also have been changing over time, where, just with the election, like you had shared, that there was a fear, right? And an uncertainty, and there was reaction. But I recently was able to attend a talk by Dr. Norma Wong, and she's Native Hawaiian and a Zen Buddhist. And she talked about how when we're in times like these, she shared that we're ungrounded. We react and then we move, similar to like the bird in the dream that I had. We're just being moved and shifted and controlled by what's happening around us. And that for her, that the antidote to that was to, if we're going to feel fear and if we're going to feel panic, if we feel it alone, that's when we feel stuck. But if we feel it together, then we can co-regulate and we can feel synergy to then move, right? Mobilize and rise up, right? Together. And there is something to that, because a lot of people, how I've been seeing this trend, people are feeling alone. They're surrounded by loved ones and friends and colleagues, but in their experience, they feel so alone and isolated. So when we come together like this, I feel that there's a deep seeing of the other and of ourselves, a feeling seen, heard, understood. And in that, trust is built, safety is built, and then we share more, right? And then that loneliness and isolation isn't as overwhelming. And then we feel empowered and hope that I'm not in this on my own, that I'm in this with others, and that I'm also in this with my ancestors, right? And that's the beauty about dream work too, is that they come if we allow ourselves to see them. And so even when we are alone, we're not. Even if we feel it, we're not. We're always with someone, with someone's guiding us along the way. So that's what I've been seeing, and my work is heavily influenced by that in different circles. So that's what's going well, I feel.
It's beautiful. Thank you. I wonder if you will oblige me, and maybe everybody else on the call in this Zoom. It's time to close. I'm getting a signal, but I wonder if we can just all just take a breath, all of us together, just one breath, deep inhale and exhale on our own time. But I think I would love to connect. Thank you. Thank you so much for today. Thank you so much for all the lead up to this. I just want everyone to know it's been such a privilege to work with Ben and Abigail and Linda. Shay and I worked together yesterday on our opening comments, and it was such a fun partnership. Thank you for everything that you bring into the world, the light and the wisdom. And I know we're going to be continuing on. It's always hard for me to close the forum, but thank you for breathing with me. That was great. I want to just do a shout out to the NWCF team, the Northwest Children's Foundation team. An event like this, it takes a lot of work, and they have just been nothing short of amazing.
And we couldn't do this without you. So thank you so much to the team. And I want to thank our audience. It's here now. And believe it or not, we have even more people who watch the recording and live this. So this is for all of you too. Thank you so much for the good work, the goodness that you're doing out in the world with babies and children and young people and families. I think about you folks, it's like the multiplier effect. You are the multiplier effect and causing ripples, right? Like the ripples that are concentric circles, but also it's deep. It's deep like Abigail's deep water that you were talking about, because it affects broadly, but it also affects generations, many, many generations. So thank you so much for that.
Thank you.
Any last words? I don't want to cut you off. Abigail or Linda? Thank you so much. So a reminder to our audience that you will get to see these folks again on the recording, and that's going to be coming out, I think, by early next week, if not before. We really do appreciate any feedback that you have for us, things that you want to know more about that would support you. We'd love to hear that. And is it as an incentive, we have through a raffle. If you send us your feedback survey form, if you're the lucky winner, there are 3 books coming out from Linda Chamberlain, the soft copy, right? I think that's what you said, of Howling with Huskies, which is wonderful. And also some creative colored pencils, a pencil set. So I'm pretty excited about that too. Really channeling Abigail. So I think that's it for today. And I hope it's not going to be a year before we connect again. I'm looking for other ways to convene as well. But thank you so much. Thank you for joining us today.
With everyone. Thank you, everyone.